I can hear you, Kat.
Okay, cool. Oh my gosh, you're not gonna believe what happened. Like an hour and a half ago, I had been like kicking butt on my final pass on my project, and I lost it.
What?
I lost like my whole like last pass, like 2 hours worth of work. I don't even know what I did. I pushed something.
Well, what you're doing is not quit saving every 30 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Apparently, it had quick saved at 11:30, and at so it was maybe it was 30 minutes worth of work, and it felt like more.
That's probably more to
It
the
was a
truth.
lot. It was enough that I had to like frantically do another hour worth of trying to do what I had just done, which is like in a sense kind of frustrating because I was kind of happy with what I'd
Yep, get used to redoing. I redo shit all the time. And it's mostly because I store it in a folder that I have no idea where it is. Because if you'll notice, like I'm working on a project right here. And instead of saving this project and doing more, I'm going to go like this. And I'm just going to load tools. And this is going to be lost in today's crits. And yeah.
I try to remember to turn off touch, and so it was one of those moments where I had touch on, I guess, on something else that I needed it for, and I'd forgotten to turn it off, and my hand hit something in the menu bar, and it just like I don't even know what happened, and I couldn't get it to. I'm sure that you probably could have looked at it and gone, "Oh, hit this," and I probably should have called you. But before I could even get to that stage, it was done. Like it was gone, and I was like, "What did I just do?" The whole thing
Pork the
shut down, and I was
pooch.
like, "Oh shit!" And then I'm like, "Where's the last quick save?" I'm like searching in my computer, QS, because yeah, I have no idea where they even go. So anyhow, I got it back to almost to where I'm somewhat pleased, but there's probably some things that I'm gonna be like, "Damn it!"
It's okay.
Where I had worked up area. I'm pretty happy.
Henry's
Oh, and I
here. I
haven't
can
guessed.
hear
Hey, Henry.
cherry blue keys.
Not muted.
I'm
We're
like,
taking.
yeah.
Hey, am I able to put a picture in this thing somewhere? I'm super stoked. I have an opal to go in this.
Um,
I have to show you at some point.
yeah, you can post pictures. I have no idea how big.
Yeah, I don't. I haven't even taken a picture of it yet, but we've been talking about opals so much, and it was kind of ironic that I ended up designing a marquee into it, and then I was like, we ended up having.
You know what? I don't think that's the right folder. What is going on here?
How are you, Henry? He's got his.
Doing well.
Yay!
Tap, 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 tap.
So did that asshole do your homework?
No. And I'm
What?
actually not submitting homework for this critique because it's just so unfinished. But you're critiquing on Monday too, so I'll just submit it.
Right on. Am I
Are you still working
critiquing
on
him?
your tension set?
Yeah.
Say
What
what?
have I done? I've done something horrible. I don't know what it is.
So I reinstalled. So I've got like the newest version of ZBrush, and I open it up, and it looks completely alien because I'm so used to your UI and everything. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at here?
I know, right? Hey,
I'm finally getting used to your UI where I can like find almost everything, but there's still moments where I'm like, I have no idea. So then I just have to revert.
well, I'd make wagers. I bet you couldn't find those in the normal UI either.
Probably.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if this is good. No, hold on. Escape. What the hell's going on?
With the exquisite corpse parts, anybody?
What is
Yeah,
it?
what is with that?
Do you
Where
want to know
did
what
that come from?
I put it
Yeah.
in there? Do you not know what exquisite corpse is?
Have no clue.
Really? Oh my god, you guys.
I'm gonna look it up now. You're gonna make me look it up.
So, okay, Google it. Google it. We're not in the. I was imagining corpse parts
Well, I can't even.
designed into ZBrush.
No, it was a surreal. It was a game that the surrealists played, and I guarantee you, every single one of you have played it. And you don't know it, or you don't know where it came from.
Ah.
Just the way that Tomas's face looked when he was shaking his head at me just now was.
Oh, I got to remember, I put a camera on. I can't have looks of disdain.
You have to.
I got to be careful. I gotta be
Like,
careful.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Jesus Christ. Do any of you read a friggin' book?
Well, I tried to I opened it up and I'm trying to look at it. And all I've got is a straight, side view. So I've got no profile.
Well, what's funny is they're actually, I think they're just silhouettes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're just silhouettes, but I can't edit. I can't put on edit to rotate to see the silhouettes. I just got just the side. So basically just the thickness of.
All right, what the hell?
All right.
Hey, Malchus, have a good one. Sorry you can't hang out. What the hell? I do not know what this window is. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam. I am.
I think the whole words not matching quite up with your expressions makes it even better. You just had a great party trick where you were kind of talking while drinking water. It was impressive. It's like
it was. That was my ventriloquist act. Hold on. I can repeat it. In the days of here in Yole, Barney had a bald pole. I don't know. Oh, God damn.
You pulled it off perfectly. Well timed. Just work on it. You'll have a
whole new shtick. Fuck. I guess I'm not supposed to say fuck either. Hold on.
All
the
right,
joy.
we got Camus wants to be third, but we've got nobody that wants to be first or second or anything. Anybody?
I can be first. I'm here.
Okay, well, hold on. I haven't downloaded
I
anyone's
can get
thing
all
because
that
oh my
frustration,
crap.
out of the way early on,
It's not supposed to be frustrating, by the way. It's supposed to be
It was fun.
educational.
I was up to 4 in the morning, I think, on this one last night, and then I was like, okay, go to sleep, finish it tomorrow. So that was the only frustration. Was then I was kicking ass on it, oh yeah, and then. Okay, I learned a lot through the repeat. It was okay, what did you just do? Some of it's probably better, some of it's not as good. No, overall it was pretty good though. It was fun.
Danny, where do you want to be? You want to go after Cat?
Let's see if I can download anything.
Well, there is that.
Without just crashing. Shoot. Oh. Even better when you store your project in a project that didn't save and you lose it all. Yeah. Awesome. All right, let's try this again. Load tool. Dropbox. File requests. Vertex class. Drag. Why won't you even let me drag, you miserable fuck? Oh, sorry.
I completely forgot you made me moderator, and I'm like, why is my text, why is my screen all fuckered up and I can't get it right?
Well, it's nice that you stayed moderator. I didn't have to do it every time. That's a good thing.
Yes.
But this happy horse shit is starting to get really old.
That's bizarre. It didn't keep me as moderator.
I'm laughing. Tomas's class is going to have this new disclaimer, press the top bar. Just know if you have a problem with press.
What?
I'm talking about nothing. I don't have a problem with crass language, so it's okay. You see, one day somebody signs up for this class and fuck.
Well, if you can't deal with that, you're going to be very disappointed in this class. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
Just saying. Just saying.
Henry,
Okay.
you don't have moderator still? It shows you're a moderator.
Might be. Don't know how to get to that view if that's. Oh, well, look at that. I clicked the sword.
I was just about to say, I clicked the sword too, yeah.
I click the
Hey.
sword. I click the sword.
And Moobot.
Moobot is the thing that says like you can program it as like been on for blah 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 and been duh for blah blah blah.
Oh, that's cool.
Carmi, you're in the wrong voice channel, goofball. You're in the Twitch streaming channel and not the class crit room. On Discord, not in Twitch. Twitch, you're doing fine. Go to Discord and look for where you see your icon on the left. Yeah, Nadia figured it out too. You clicked on Twitch streaming instead of class crit.
I did that this morning. Don't worry, guys.
All I know is that whatever was in my little sausage and sandwich thing from Starbucks this morning is tearing my stomach up. What are you? Damn show off.
Right? Just bullets flying over there.
I know.
Right.
It's like fucking machine gun war over there. He's all like, exactly.
Back brace pretty fast. Upward and over. There you go, Carmi.
Alright, but where do I click for the video? I'm on the right video, right?
Well, do you see
Yeah,
my
you start
screen?
typing in, then
Oh, so what do I need to turn down? Do I need to turn Twitch off?
yeah, mute Twitch.
New Twitch, yeah.
What am I doing
You
again?
Anybody see Harlem Nights?
I'm good now.
I might have. That was decades ago, right?
Yeah, there's a scene where Arsenio Hall is got his boys and they're shooting at Eddie Murphy's character, and they've all got machine guns, and one guy's got a single handgun, and they all fire away, and they quit, and then one guy goes bang, and they all do it again, and Arsenio gets pissed off with him. I'm like, I feel like that when Henry's typing because he's like, "Tarr," and then I'm like, tap.
Get used to it. He's a bruiser.
Henry, do you do this for like your do you work in computer stuff for your job? How are you so good at this?
He's a
Yeah.
programmer.
Oh,
He's a programmer.
He does stuff.
We do a lot of computer stuff.
Fuck, is this thing still not download? What the hell? Did you all do like 50 million poly models or something?
Mine might have a lot. I just realized that. I meant to check that 10 million thing. That's not
10
bad.
million's nothing.
Not at all.
Okay.
I got mine down to 3.4.
Shocking.
I had mine. I had mine down really far, and then I kicked it
I
back up.
see you're in that kind of mood today. All right.
What?
Are we
You know what?
sending him
You are
one?
not. You are so not allowed to be so sensitive. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. You're lucky I'm not damn mean.
It's 11.
Wait, it's not 9 o'clock in the morning.
It's
there.
11 where you're at.
Well, it felt like
It's
9 o'clock.
4.
I had to get up at 9. No, I had to get up at 9 o'clock. It's still the fucking morning. Oh, and it's causing me grief. I'm getting really frustrated. It's not really causing me grief. I just pushed download. And since I downloaded them all together, it's all coming in one package, and it's slow as dirt. Look at this. We have like 33 seconds left. That's horrifying.
Well, you only have 2
First-
weeks left to deal with, so.
First world problems there, man.
Hey, man. I feel like at home it's third world problems as far as the internet.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to call them. Hey, Mike and Liz got in this week, so I'll find out exactly who our internet from. I'm going to get one of the bills, and I'm going to just yell at them. I'm like, you're charging us money for less than fucking dial-up. Give me a break.
Tomas, you cracked me up that one time you were talking about how you called them for satellite or something, and they're like, the last person to request it wasn't, and you're like,
You,
That was
6
me.
years ago. No, they told me it was me.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was so funny.
It was you 6 years ago. Like, I guess the trailer park across the street doesn't use internet. No, but they got 6 cars.
Oh, they just use their phones, man.
I don't know if there are phone lines going out there. Okay, there we go.
See, that's Nigel. Nigel wants to go. Yeah, Nigel, no problem. You can go first if you want, and then Cat. It just depends on if
Yeah,
he can
that's
get you
fine with me.
downloaded. Yeah.
All right. Oh, that's from last week, isn't it? Or a couple weeks ago. This is the
Good
4th
until,
week,
like,
right?
Later in the day. Early.
Yeah,
This-
you're in fourth.
Okay. Sorry, my brain. I don't even know anymore. Okay, so this is Shannon's Mon is not something we need to deal with. Even though it said, oh, maybe that's me. All right, let's get all of these and that's not the download one. Jesus. Load tool. Downloads. Vector class. All you guys. Open.
All right, Tobias, you want to be last?
I would love to be last.
Tobias, not Thomas.
No. Too bad. I guess that means I gotta go now, huh? All right, we're getting there. All right. I can see chat. Okay. So, who's first?
Nigel's first.
Okay, hold on. Let me get people's names there. No. This is Carmeet's in it because she didn't label it. That's a label. Sorry, I'm just trying to get people's names up top.
Yeah, I think Ashley is on tonight on Pixelogic. I think she's Thursday nights.
Hmm?
Ashley in it? Ashley? The
Yeah, Ash.
yeah, I think she's on
A-Cube.
Thursday nights.
I want to watch her. It's the one
Yeah.
that does really good drool. Is that what I was that? Thing?
She does crazy ass monsters out of like weird stuff. It's just
And
like,
she
I'm gonna do
does-
this and then this.
She does the
crazy
she
amount.
does the best slobber in ZBrush. She is so good at doing slobber. It's awesome.
Really, because I'm going to bug her tonight to do slobber.
She's
Does she
gonna
use
kill me.
gravity for her slobber? I mean, it seems like a good place to use gravity.
I don't even know what she does. It's just awesome. She's a good slobber. All right, guys, put your names on things. Look at this. See this model right here? No name.
Who's Naba da Berber? What's
That's my point exactly.
that's Nadia?
Okay.
Nadia.
Okay, so who's first?
First is Nigel.
Okay, which one's Nigel's? Because I'm not seeing his name on it. Danny.
I need to start asking for file names, guys. Type them into chat so I
Should
can
say
find them.
sunset.
Do you see yours?
That's the one with the little head that just showed up then.
This one right here? Is
You
that it?
highlighted one and it came up with a thumbnail of a head.
Oh, with the head. That says Julie.
Who's it, Julie?
You're Julie? Oh, no, the head's Julie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Jesus. I'm so confused. Put your names on them. Okay. I need to edit. Ba-doom. All right. Here we go. Boop-ba-doo.
Yeah, in our class, you told us to do the top one as our name, so it showed up on your. Ooh, that's nice. On your list over there as our name, so you can find us easier.
Yep. That's helpful. Okay. Let's hide Julie, first of all. Because I'm assuming you don't want Julie to be part of this. Alrighty. Just first things first, I think these fingers might be a little agitating. See how that fingernail and stuff is like right there? If you think about doing this with that ring on, that's probably, this little area right there is probably going to hurt. So you could either, we got to start Thorthoft. Boop. Shoop, boop. So either have something that is equidistant or thicker in here, so as the other finger rubs, right, it's not going to catch these things. This is okay. That's spread out enough that it's probably not going to be a problem. You just have those little tips of the fingers rising out, and those are going to rub, and that'll hurt. So like maybe even if you like made this and just had it up and out so it blocked that, or just kind of just point them backwards, you know what I mean, and then have a silhouette like that where you're not just going to cheese grate.
Less of an angle change when it
yeah, would probably help that greatly. It's just these little guys right here are going to really hurt, and when you print this and rub your fingers, you'll feel it. So that's why I tend to try to keep the sides like right here where these two things meet, because you got to remember this is where the two fingers meet, right? So I try to keep this area pretty level and without little pokey things, because on a hot sweaty day it'll get annoying if they take it off. Every hot sweaty day they won't wear it, they won't buy another ring of yours. The detail looks great. This detail is all good. I mean, it's layers, it'll read. The face is nice. It's a little square, but it's nice. She's a little squished.
Yeah, I did a scale change quite late.
Yeah.
And I did a kind of soft mask.
I would probably just, and it doesn't take much. Just get her face kind of not squished. See, just that little bit makes it not squished. Do you see the difference there? Between.
Yeah.
Come on.
Totally.
Yeah. So just see, that's obviously squished. And then just a little bit of rearrangement.
Yeah.
Helps a lot. And that's pointing up, so that's not a problem for the finger. The goat is nice. The goat's really good shapes. Make them deeper. It's a little soft. That'll polish right off.
Yeah.
Your hair stuff is good, but I would still come in and get some of these just a little bit more separated, because when this gets polished, some of that delineation you'll lose it. So don't be afraid to actually get some separation between these guys, if you know what I mean there. Because it looks good. It's just that's going to polish down and be confusing right in there, I think.
Yeah. Just look like a soft block.
Yeah.
The wasn't sure about the ram's horns. Do you think they're a little bit too sticking out?
These?
The little tips of the ram's horns, yeah. Would they be a problem?
I mean, it's well behind a lot of stuff. You might get a sweater or two, but I don't think you're going to hurt anything. The easiest way to deal with any of this is if you just make this not really so hooky, just pull those out a little.
Yeah.
And as long as it's not a point, you're fine. Like just by filling in that scoop, you know what I mean? So it's not quite as hooky. It looks the same, but you know, as long as they're back for, I might push them back in just a touch.
I debated with myself over that one. I just kind of left it because I thought, well, then.
No, I put much more hostile things on rings. Something to think about, though, you may want to bring this up and out just a touch. And not for anything other than aesthetics, just so it doesn't look like it is coming off a flat surface. Right, you know, now it's a little bit more integrated into this hair head piece thing, if that makes any sense. Because that way, it's not just sitting on a flat surface there, right? Now it's recessed, and having it recessed actually punches it more. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
from further away as well.
yeah, and I think you could probably do that all the way up. Get this center thing to actually be proud. And now it really is the center focus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that helps. And look at how much that brings that whole head off the surface just by pulling that out.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, as far as the... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to make a joke and say it's nice to have someone to come and fix your models for you.
Right?
Yeah.
So I would definitely punch this off the surface more, because this is actually very tiny. So you want anything you can to get that to separate out.
Yep.
And you are probably going to have to exaggerate this a little. Oops. Come on. Come on. Just because... I mean, you got to figure this is like in that 1/10 of a millimeter range you got going here. So, you know, this is really small. And not that it won't show, it just really needs to be exaggerated, sort of like that, where the natural textures and stuff, like this stuff will never show in that scale. Like the bumps and stuff. But you can see that already pops off that surface a little more. It separates out. And this is a case where you very may well like want to turn lazy mouse, turn off, go to Z sub, and when you get into stuff that's this tiny, often it's easier to separate with texture. Because that'll polish differently as well as be more dimensional, you know. And see how much that stands off now.
Yeah, nice.
So
it's the motif as well.
yeah. And you know, you can even carry it up in here into these. Now, I love textured prongs. I do it all the time. Any stone setter in the world is going to beat you to death, because what they're going to have to do is, first of all, remember that your prong is actually going to be this, right? They're going to set those prongs roughly at that table. And so what that means is anything kind of above the stone girdle, this is all going to be hammered and polished. Now, you can go back and, you know, hand engrave that stuff in, which I tend to make people do. They're not going to like you. But when you get something this complex going back in, just know that that's going to be smooth. And then they're going to have to go back and grave that back in with a hand graver, because they have to polish this stuff. You hammer it down and you polish it. And so then you can come back in and use an engraver and put that stuff back
Bring
in.
it back a little.
But you will be very unpopular with your stone setter because it's a pain in the butt. But I'm not saying
popular, so that's not a problem.
yeah. But to be fair, I piss a lot of people off that way. So I'm not one to say. I'm just saying that very resolutely because I get yelled at it about it a lot. Just saying. Just know that you're going to be causing grief. Yeah, I think the only real problem. Let's look at the bottom. Okay. The problem with the bottom is, can you guess?
These two little bits of the cloth that are sticking out.
Yeah, those are going to get hammered down in about 8 seconds. Seriously, the first time they do this, it's gone. Driving, if they have a hard steering wheel, even that's enough to take those down. So remember that the center should be the highest part of the bottom. Just so you can have detail. Like if you have, like you can have that if your center is out here. Now, you know, that's, no, well, I didn't get the whole center either. Sorry. Come on, you. Damn, how many strokes did I use to get it out there? I guess a lot. I don't remember touching it that much. All right. So, come on. More. Here. And then on the center, oops. Remember, don't give them any detail that they're going to lose at the bar the night they buy the ring. And just something like that. And I know this is, I didn't blend this in or anything, but that, you could get away with that if you had something up as a striking plate.
Sure.
Other than that, looks great. I
Very
like
much.
it. Yeah, no, I mean, the few things that are there, you know, are tiny. That I will say, you know, you're probably going to have to go in and really define some of the smaller stuff sharper and more separate it. And when you print it, you'll see what shows. This is where having a printer is a really big deal because you can print this stuff, look at it, and change your design, and print it, look at it, print it, look at it. And it allows you to do that a lot, you know, especially if you're going to be designing like this, where it's small, tight, surface detail. It's crazy what works sometimes and what works others. It's voodoo, you know, it's funny because some things you don't think are going to show up, but then you're like, wow. And then the things that should show up are like, oh.
I remember you said on the back of the Maya ring, you weren't expecting that stuff.
No, I actually put it there to trap the printer, you know, where, oh, this isn't going to show up.
If we can crash it.
And I was wrong.
As far as the kind of overall shape language, I remember last time I was a bit confused. Tried to keep everything a bit more flowing this time.
No, I think it's much better, without a doubt. Because you have this nice central figure here. Yeah, see, the arms are a little out. Don't be afraid to, you know, make this a little wider right here where, you know, it's sort of, oops, that does not move, and that's why that's not moving anything, Tomas. Like, don't get caught up in the, oh, it's a ring, it has to be the same thickness, right? Because, you know, this is a torso. Sort of give it that torso, you know, have it come out with the, you know, don't make it seem so pinched, you know, give the implication of the shoulders maybe, and that might lead to the arm, you know, you don't have to worry about it being so, because I'd rather see continuity in the shoulder to the arms, even if it's just implied, than just have hands coming out of somewhere, you know. And then
I was trying to kind of not veer away from the silhouette of the ring too much. I don't know why.
Yeah, I feel you. I just,
Cool.
I never give a shit about the silhouette of the ring. I prefer to have a concise image, if that makes any sense. I don't get caught up in, well, it's because I'm a sculptor. I don't really, I want a good form, you know. No, but see, your center's really good at, you know, it's obvious. This is a separate design. It's surrounded by a frame. I might want to see, since that has a frame there, maybe a frame line that just pretends to start to come down, just so the ring is tied to that block. You know what I mean? Where, oh. Come on. You know, just so there's a continuity of idea, right? I say continuity a lot because it's something I think is important. You know, even just something like that that's implying that, you know, there's an architectural structure there because you have this architectural structure here, you know. And see, that looks like a complete idea. And, you know, I might, since I have this shape down here, you know, think of maybe reusing that keystone shape here and then giving yourself that. And that way you're really giving a tangible, implied frame for this thing. See how that at least looks like a complete frame?
Cool.
No, other than that, looks great. I mean, the sculpting's nice. You did a good job.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, of course. All right. If you don't have any other questions.
I'm trying to think about with the prongs. Do you think I left enough material there?
Oh yeah, plenty of meat for the prongs. Plenty. I do think that you know, like I said, you're going to have fight with that texture at the top, but no, it's fine. That would work fine.
Would you, if you were doing something like this with a central stone, would you boolean the whole the space straight all the way through, or
I tend to pierce my bigger stones. One, it saves on metal costs, and two, it makes cleaning easier, right? Just so you don't get lumpy skin goop collection there. I'll tell you, once you've worked in a jewelry store and you've seen some of the crap that is stuck in people's rings, you want ways of cleaning it, trust me. Remelting it may not be sanitary enough to get rid of some of the goop that people get in their rings.
Does it have anything to do with, I don't know if this is a myth I heard from a friend, that if you have more space around the ring, it lets more light in and therefore it's more attractive?
Not in diamonds. Diamonds reflect light coming in through the table. They're specifically designed to do that. I mean, a diamond, you know, that's why there's something called an ideal cut. And that way, no matter which way the light comes in, the light bounces out. And so that's what makes diamonds sparkle, is that you're getting... Yeah. Now, colored stones will take light, but yeah, it's. I mean, like the huge, big colored stones are often lifted up and out of their settings, just to give the stone light. But like if you're setting something that's on the surface here and you punch a hole in it, you're not getting any light. First of all, because your finger's there, right? So that's pure. Like azures are purely for cleaning. And metal weight. You know, if you're doing gold, you want to get as much metal off that piece as possible because it's going to cost you a fortune nowadays, especially. So, yeah, no, like I said, the big color stones often are set far up But for diamonds, that's totally a fallacy.
Do you take the type of stone into account when you're doing this? Do you decide how much space to give it?
No, I'm more worried about the sculpt of the ring. I mean, color, but I mean, just to give you an idea, let's go to Instagram, and I'll show you that sapphire. Boop. Yeah. I zoom this in and now it's huge. How do I go to me? Profile. There we go. I'm just going to show you. There it is. So that is the setting, right? And here, let's just look at it. Right, so this is recessed very far in. And this was recessed very far in. Go back to the stone, Kaylee. So you can see how dark the stone is there, right? Now she's in shadow, but still. Now, let's go. Okay, stop. Enough. If we go back, for Christ's sake. Nothing is ever smooth, is it? Okay, stop. I don't want to follow anyone. We are in my profile. Let's get back down there. But here, so that's a picture of the stone. And you can see that's with full light. So you can definitely see that you are getting, that stone's definitely a little brighter outside of that setting, right? So for color stones, it's more true than it is for diamonds, because diamonds really, they're really designed to reflect the light coming in from the front. And that's why you can have an occlusion that you can see by eye in the stone. And then from the front, you cannot see that inclusion. I mean, from the back, you can see a big black spot. And then from the front, you can't see it because how it's cut, none of that light reflects into the part. It's crazy. It's crazy talk. Yeah. I like how I put fish. That's not how you spell fish. Auto-correcting hell. All right. It looks great. Okay. So, who's next?
Cat is next.
Hello.
Oh, gosh. Let me guess. Did you not label your part?
I did.
You did?
It says Catherine Stewart.
Where? Okay.
Very official. And it should be a tool. I hope it is. Like I said, I was like, what is it that? Computer-wise. That's when I need to call you, Henry.
Did you load it up late?
Yeah. Well, no. I did it before we were talking. Is it not there? Is that it? That's it.
I don't know. You need to tell me. So where?
That's it.
Oh, it's way up here. You didn't. It's funny. You saved it, but you touched this piece and scaled it here. You didn't hold there. That's okay.
That was yeah. There was some stuff happening at the end in the last bit that was horrible, and totally computer-oriented challenges.
All right.
Anyhow.
Looks nice from the front. I like your little bees on the bottom. They look like little bumblebees. Meow.
I noticed at the very end, if you look at it from the side, they smile at you. I didn't need that.
Hey.
I kind of want to push. Ben said when he looked at it, he was like, the chrysalis factor. I was like, ooh, I didn't even think about that. Since the moss, I should look up what the chrysalis looks like because I kind of have that quality.
So you have a
A
lot of.
couple things I know I'm curious about too is I tried to scale the stone because I do have an opal picked for it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sure I succeeded at that. Oddly enough, I scaled it and brought it in, and it was the exact size of the one I had pretended was the stone. So either I was just that lucky or something. I don't know how that happened because I didn't have to adjust the model to the size I scaled it, which makes me feel like something went wrong. But it's supposed to be 7 by 7 5. Where's that done?
Okay, let's lower our res here
Where
so
is
we
that?
can move this around. So you don't have a seat. You're going to use the stone to cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking after, I was like thinking I'd pull it out to set it. I want the key points to be on the points, so I added those. But then I was like, I'm gonna pull the walls out, and bring those down over.
Yeah, give yourself. So just remember, if you're going to do that, you need to model these straight, right? You got to model them pre-bend. But that's okay. So let's look at our moths here. Let's go all the way back up.
My granules are wonky. If you can help me better the granules, and also that was part of that last minute panic of I lost a bunch of work and had to kind of
Sure.
so they're real wonky right now. But
Yeah.
I need a better method. Like I'm using inflate and I'm using clay fill and kind of move, but I feel like my method could have been better though.
Where, yeah, there. Oh, it's not gonna let me do that. One sec. Duplicate. Lower res. Lower res. Delete higher. Let's try that again. Oh, too big. You mean something in that vein?
How'd you do that? That's lovely.
I have a brush set up that does mill grain, so I just drag it out.
Oh man, is the mill grain brush an RUI?
Yep.
Your brushes set?
It is.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Ta-da! There you go. Mill grain. I think it's called mill grain. Oh yeah, look, it's called mill grain. Yeah.
Nice.
But all it is.
Nice. Can you taper it? Can you tell it to taper the beads? Because kind of often do that, or is that like then you trans?
You know what? I have not tried to get pressure sensitivity into this because this is a repeating. You're just repeating an instance. But I have seen insert mesh brushes that do change. I don't know how to make them yet, but I can ask. If you remind me, I will ask Paul and see if it's just a simple setting where it's tied to pressure. The side, right? Because this brush isn't changing scale.
Yeah.
But it wasn't set up to change scale. You know, it was set up just to be a regular occurring brush. But obviously it can be done. Or I say it can be done. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen insert mesh brushes change with pressure. I just never bothered doing it. So if someone reminds me, I will look into that. Okay, so mill grain, there you go. Use a mill grain brush. You know, you can stretch them out and then tuck them back in if you want it. If you're actually trying to get them to stand.
Like if you're doing that, do they move all together or?
Well, you can come in here and before see how it has the curve function? Before you select off, you can move it like a curve tool. So if I drag it here, it'll move them around. I can move it here, and they stay connected. Or I've tapped the surface there, and now if I just grab move or twist or taper, you know, you can move them that way.
What does taper do? Does it affect them sideways?
Well, sure, but that's not a straight line. I mean, you know, taper. Oh, hold on. We have symmetry turned on.
What was that? Ask Paul how to taper an IM brush?
Yeah. So see, I mean, yeah, you can get them to taper, but you see, if it's not a straight line, it's tapering off center, not the center of each item.
I got you.
So unless you're tapering something that you want, you know, affected as such, but I don't think that's what you're looking for in the taper. All right, so there.
Henry found it.
I love that when you hit
Nigel did.
ZZZ a lot, just then you yawned.
Shush. We're trying to answer your question. So where's that brush setting?
Nigel found it in stroke, curve modifier.
Stroke, and then curve modifier. Oh, I guess I have to have the brush selected, huh? Mill grain, Q. That got to be smaller.
And or the curve, I believe.
Okay, there's curve. Oh, I have to do it on this one. What the fuck? Did I? Oh. I undid it. Delete higher. All right, there we go. Let's hide this guy. Is it working now? Yep. And so now we go into stroke. Curve modifier. What was it called?
He's just got stroke, curve modifier.
In curve modifier, there should be buttons that say intensity and size.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And I think if you choose one, it should either follow the intensity of the pressure or the curve fall off along its length.
Well, it's interesting because it does,
Oh.
but it's not.
Long. Oh,
It's not changing the size. It's changing. So hold on. Let's choose one or the other. I had to be all clever and choose both. We'll do size. Yeah, see, it's not changing the length. It's just changing the...
I recall Madeline Spencer doing something along that line.
I'll keep hunting for it.
Intensity didn't seem to do anything.
Intensity don't really affect it.
No. There's a way to get it to kind of work. I just don't know how to get the... Yeah, it follows the surface. And see, like here, you can drag this out, and you can futz with them.
Is there some way to like split them apart so you can like change the sizes individually if you didn't have that many?
Well, sure. You just tap the surface and see now it's unselected. Auto group, and now each one's its own poly group. And now
what
if
were you just using to move them? Or is it just...
You just grab the tool. It's part of the tool.
Okay.
See, like... And now I can grab this point and drag them back this way. I can get this and drag it back that way.
Oh, that's...
Right, you can kind of futz with them. And then, you know, you can go... But I always find if you do that, they never really look as nice and flowy. Okay. Why am I doing that? Okay, let's just go to here. Okay, now let's look at your sculpt. We need to get rid of that curve. So whenever you have these floating curves, whenever you have these floating curves, if you just go to stroke and under curve function, just push delete, it'll get rid of that. So now let's look at your moth. Like I said, your mill grain's a little funky, and what you have done is you have created a saw for the fingers. Right, this is just a saw, because one, it's a little thick, and two, you just have these tiny 0.5 millimeter saw blades sticking out right where your finger's going to be. Also, that is your ring size, so you've completely, absolutely, and utterly infringed upon your ring size. I don't know if that's an issue, but everything inside there is now infringing your ring size. Now, is that a big deal? Well, if you wanted it to be the ring size that you started at, yes. If you just want to make this now a size 8 instead of a size 9 or whatever, you can slide it on a mandrel, see how the size differences are on the first one after you print it, and then use that scale difference to achieve what the ring size is, if that makes any sense. Like if you really just absolutely love this, right? You want this, it's perfect. Well, obviously this is not a size whatever ring now, right? This is now obviously a smaller ring. So if you print it out and slide it on a mandrel, you can tell what it is. And if it's like a size 6,
I had thought about, because it is thick, I was thinking about recutting it out at least to the bottom half more than the top half.
sure.
I don't know if I could pull that off or not.
Yeah, of course you can. All you need to do is Q, turn X off, go to project brush,
At least I saw the thickness.
and you can just start right here and just project it back. Hold on. I just made a mess of things.
Okay, so that's project brush. I couldn't remember what it was. So that's
All right.
how do you have it that you can do it again? How do you make it that your man?
Where I can see through my mandrel.
Yeah.
I just flip the normals.
Solid.
See right here, flip. We're just looking at it kind of backwards, right?
Yeah. Okay.
That got weird.
Sorry. Where is it that
Right there.
lives?
See?
Okay.
So I'm flipping my normals all the time. So here's something I want you to see though. So I was going from this angle. See how, let me make this really steep. See how that is, I'm not looking down on it, right? I'm looking at it at a real steep angle. So if you do it at real steep angles, see how you get, I got these steps and they turn into these fins. That's because I was doing that at an angle, right? Like a sharp angle. So when you're using project, remember that it is line of sight, right? It's going to do it at the angle that you're working at or looking at. So it's often far better to like just even hide something and make sure that you're working on things basically 90 degrees. Keep rotating around so you're working at that sort of 90 to camera. And the other thing to remember with project you don't want to do is go through the other part because it'll do things like this. So make sure you're not, because even if I'm here and see I have a big brush and I'm going like that, you're like, oh, look, it's great. Well, no, it pulled all kinds of crap up and out. So just make sure to have a little bit of discipline when you're doing this. Otherwise, you're going to wind up with a horrible model. So you can do the inside. And now I still, if you do want this to be this ring size, I would still come in here, turn symmetry on, and I would just push this up and out of the ring a little bit more.
Using move for that.
Yep. And you can get away with most of this. Just, you know, I'm not going to be that picky, but, and now you can see how that is an airspace. Just come back over here, go to project, turn symmetry off, and hold down Alt, and that's going to drag that up to surface, right?
Did you say project this so that it does not work with the always trail? Is that?
Are you asking if symmetry works with project?
Like project does not work with symmetry, right?
Nope. It will drag one side to the other no matter what. So we turn that off, and you can see that, you know, we took that center up. And now that will fit. These are dangerous things. Oh, you have these parts in there. Never mind. I was going to say you don't want anything that
that's why
sharp.
I created those parts, because I was like, what do I do here? And then I thought, well, I'll do something that's going to work for the...
And you can see you'll obviously need to push those up as well. But you could get away with these being down in here a little bit more than normal, because these are off the finger, if that makes any sense. This is where your finger can't see. Look, see that pulled that side up because I was doing this. See how this side dragged up, right? You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yep.
So that's a back face masking issue thing too. For some reason I do this every time because I do not have that saved as a I don't have back face masking turned on saved in that brush, so it always does that to me. Right. Now see, if it's that low, it doesn't matter. This can get away with that because look at how far away it is from where the ring is. As you get into this band area where it's literally sitting on the finger, where this is sort of that airspace, you know, it's going over your knuckle and stuff. So you're constantly bending your finger. And you can get a little bit more out here because it's not going all the way around. So the finger has room to move away from those dents. So if this is a little far down, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so now as far as the moth goes, it looks like you have a moth head with a little moth chest with helping hands squeezing himself here. I would still turn these into steps. You just cut that in. I would definitely not use that brush. Flatten that out a little. Bring the next one in. Flatten the plane out a little. Bring the next one in. And that's going to read better.
Yeah.
See?
Yep.
So don't forget to do your layers. This is fine. This is going to be a little fragile. This is a little squirrely. If you're going to have something this small, make it simple. And it's going to just read much better. And have them really cross over and under. And you can see how that reads nicely as opposed to chattery, especially since you're using similar texture here and the Reiki texture. See, this gets chattery and you lose it, where here it's not, and you can have those little hash marks. It's fine. I think making this a reflective surface. And then, you can change it, but this is where, once again, see how that's reading as a half round? This is going to read as a pattern in the leaf, or in the feather. Damn it, wing. All your textures going in one direction here. See, up here you have sort of clarify this stuff a little. Get these in, and I might even cross hatch in the other direction, just really lightly.
Yeah.
And that's separating your veins from your, I can't remember what that membrane is called. Right, it just gives you a slightly different texture thing. You don't want them to look too scooped out. I scooped that out a little heavy. Right, you want these to read as planes. Okay, that's good. It looks like you have a decapitate. I mean, this is bring me the head of John the Baptist moth. And, if this is part of this, make it part of that. Hold on, let's turn X on.
I was having trouble with that area. My 5-year-old called me out this morning. She's like, "Mom, that head looks weird." When you're 5-year-old. But she was right.
Good eye for the kid there. Good eye.
I mean, really, yeah. She was like, "The head looks a little weird. Kind of looks like a crab, Mom."
It was just decapitated.
There you go. I see. Yeah, I like this.
Get it to, and once again, when you have things of focus, you don't have to chop them up into so many pieces. Keep it nice and.
Well, moths are weird because they're not in a lot of pieces. It really is just kind of this like fuzzy central. And it was, as I was looking at it,
But remember, we're not doing scientific models. You're doing something that you want to function as a prompt.
And that's where, I broke away and did those spirals much heavier because I thought from a design element standpoint that was a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
But whereas they normally wouldn't be that heavy. But then there was things about the center that we're losing.
Like everything?
Like the computer part? No.
I mean, at least.
I do want to. Oh, that was.
Yeah. It's, and I mean, I wasn't paying attention. I just brought it down and in. So then that makes you wonder what the happy hands are, right? And then this is like a braid. Well, is this the head and torso? Is it the decapitated head of John the Baptist moth and happy wings bringing the platter to them with Celtic braids in it? I mean, just what are you trying to accomplish? That's all I'm saying. If you're trying to get mothy, make sure
Nice place to send that.
Would be. Keeping it simple and mothy isn't bad, right? You don't have to think of everything as, ornament and, oh, well, I'm going to turn that into Brady feel and blah, blah, blah. Well, if it's a bug, ain't nothing wrong with being a bug. Because bugs are friggin' cool. Right. Don't be afraid to, because see, as a solid, that now makes the wings more complicated. Thus, they look more like the detail part, or more the focus of interest.
Yeah, has a quiet space there.
Yeah.
I like quiet.
It's good stuff.
The project thing is still getting me too much.
We'll go over.
I know it seems ridiculous, but at some point.
Watch, I'm going to roll my eyes at you.
I know you are. It's okay.
Okay.
Roll.
After critique.
I deserve it.
After critique, we'll go over this again.
Okay.
Okay. So, do you have any other questions? I think you're okay. I mean, you're getting there. Oh, well, you have this outlined.
Hard
Outline this
modeling,
one.
Spelling?
What's that?
Hard modeling, like the places where I want to achieve a harder look, is one of my like challenges right now, because I tend to be pushing the clay here and there, and then it gets mushy, and I'm just getting that, like, in Nigel's, he had that really great, those areas that just had that really great architectural hard modeling going on, and that's something that
Well, it's just
like it.
like let's say
Like
you
the
want
sides of the ring.
let's say you want this to be hard. Is that what you're saying? Well,
Yeah.
lower res, lower res, lower res. Smooth. Lay down a hard surface. High res. Smooth. SK trim polish. Higher res. SK trim polish. Now, going to come in with clay tubes. And we're going to make this hard. Come in. I'm going to cross that over because we started to get lumpy. You have something going on in there. There's a weird back pinch. What's going on in there? Interesting. Normally when you get something like that where it instantly kicks, it's because there's a surface under it.
I had a couple areas doing that.
Well, there's something right there. What is it? Ah, there you go. You have a surface that's pulled very far down and in.
What do you do about that?
You smooth it. Or that might be, hold on, that might be something that is just free floating. That might be junk. Because you've remeshed this and didn't remesh it all the way down to subdivisions. Did you Boolean this at some point or unify mesh it?
I booleaned it with the ring manager at one point.
Well, here, let's just do a big.
Instead of doing project, I didn't remember about project, and I had lost my size and shape, so.
Yeah, okay. It might have something going on here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you have a bunch of garbage inside this.
I'm not.
So what is this crap? Hold on, let's.
As it was acting really weird.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. So that's just this stuff. These are separate parts.
They shouldn't be.
Well, they are. Let's come back here and look at this. Okay, so the number one problem you had here is you Booleaned or something, because see, this isn't showing. This is all one mesh. This is your image, right? You got it all here, you're fine. But hold on, let's take this, turn this off, turn this off, turn this off, turn this off, turn this off. When you have a bunch of weird crap and you don't know what it is, it looks like you have a whole complete double shell. You have multiple versions of this ring all on one subtool. Okay, let's turn that off real quick and let me just double check. Yeah, that's the full ring there. Okay, yeah. Somewhere along the lines, you have multiplied this ring. See all this stuff right here? This is all garbage, right? You know, this is stuff.
How did you get that to show up?
I split the parts because
Okay, split the part.
so here let's everybody pay attention to this real quick because this was sort of important. Now remember when I was stroking on this back here and I kept see this dent right here? Can everyone see that? See this dent right here? And remember I was like, oh well, when I went over that, it kept biting in, right? You know, I couldn't get that to smooth out, right? Every time I went across it, I'd get that weird thump, and I couldn't smooth it out. I couldn't get rid of it. 99% of the time, that is either on the back side, there's a surface that is really close to this surface. And so the positive normals of the part that are below this surface come up and this goes down to meet it. They sort of split the distance and they squish together. And then no matter how many times you smooth it, you might be able to get it up. But then when you go back, it suctions, it's reacting to the piece that's below that. Now, hopefully you were paying attention. If not, you can go back. And you saw it when I put on the thing, I went in here and I saw that little black dot. You know, there was obviously a thing that was tied into the mesh and I was trying to find it. And then I came over here and went like this. And then when we went like this, we could see it hanging in space in here. So somewhere along the lines, when she was doing all these Booleans and mergings, she wound up with all of this crap inside of it. And Boolean does this. It can leave residues, but this is a full version of the ring. So I think maybe what happened is somewhere along the way she did the like grab control, slide the model, you know, duplicate the model or something like that. Because she had to put a concerted effort into getting this much stuff floating around in here.
This is that part that and that's the frustration is just learning.
Well, it's just a lot of it is literally just remaining calm and just taking it step by step. It happens to everyone. It's not an issue. It's just, this is a lot of crap. This is an inordinate amount of garbage inside the ring.
So how do I move forward and get rid of that? So I split the parts and then I'm going to be able to delete it all or something?
Where'd the ring
am I
go?
totally screwed?
Does it still go up? No, where's the ring? Did I move the ring? Now I completely lost the ring. Okay, see, this isn't the one I was sculpting on. Right, because see, this is the old design. Okay, I hid the other ring.
I can't figure out how those are separate. I don't know what I did.
Oh, here's the ring. God, I'm dumb. All right, so I turned it into little squares. See, this is the one I sculpted. So there's actually a version of the ring in there that was in this model that was older. But we're going to turn that off. All right, so within the process of Booleaning and ding-a-linging and ding-a-danging and joining and separating, you wound up with all this crap. And that was on in that one ring, right? Because I split this to parts and it split it to 26 parts. So I split this out and now you have all this crap in your subtool. So one thing to remember is if you're going to split the subtools, right? Like I did, like I saw like this artifact there, it was causing me grief. Normally I will put it in a folder and then split the parts. But I wanted to show you guys this. So now we have all this stuff right here, all this crap, right? And so I'm going to go to the first piece of crap and you can see it's all tied to this stuff in here. You can see these floating pieces. And these are what's funny is, see these little guys right here? These were the pieces that were screwing me on the side. Just that little piece right there was making that dent happen. Because it was attracted to the positive normals in here and the brush is trying to affect both those surfaces. So whenever you have that, 99.9% of the time, it's going to be something like this. And so we now have all this crap, and you're like, oh my God, it's in my folder. And you're lucky because this is only 26. I've opened it up and had thousands. Like literally, it stops at 1,000. It's like, I can't even think. It's over 1,000. So if you had gone to the point and already separated this crap, here's the easiest way to deal with it. You get this in here, you turn on Gizmo, right? And you turn on, see, transpose all selected subtools. So this is everybody. So that's selected. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to go boom. No, boom. God, because never forget. Then it's selected, and I'm now going to go new folder. And see, it says several visible tools are currently activated for multi-transpose. Would you like to create a new folder containing all of these subtools? Yes, I would. Boop. And now it took it and jammed it all in here. So if you have a bunch of crap that you've been dealing with and you have a bunch of extra subtools and you're just trying to consolidate all the stuff you're not using, because I generate hundreds of these things sometimes. So sometimes I just want to get all those things. All you do is select, the handful of them, go to create new folder and say, yes, I want everything visible to go into a subtool. So that is important. Does everyone understand how that little thing could pull everything in and all of that? Are there any questions about that? Because that's an important little lesson. That was classwork, not critique. Right?
So then would you just delete everything?
Yeah, I would just delete this whole folder.
Okay. So would you avoid that by just doing that auto groups delete, split hidden, delete hidden thing before any of that even happened? Or
I don't know how she got that much garbage in there. That's a lot of garbage. Like the little specks, sometimes that flips. So what Carmita's talking about? So after Booleaning, one of the way you often get those little artifacts. Hold on, I'm going to reload your tool. Load tool. Cat. Boop. All right. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the tool. And see in here, you can already see that something's going on, right? If you're looking at this right here, can everyone see this? See how you have this darker line right here? Well, actually it goes around that one. That's going up and fading out. And then this is like this, and you can see that shape. And then you notice this one has geometry. Oops. This one has geometry that doesn't make sense. This one does too, and this one does too. If you look close, you can see a double line right there. You can see how some of these grids are, there are too many lines in this grid. Even on this one, it looks like there's some. So these right here are the telltale signs that something's going on. And actually right here, you can see it for the whole ring. You see these like little gray areas, right?
Right.
These are the telltale signs that you have coplanar meshes, right? Because it doesn't know, it won't give you a smooth rendition because it doesn't know which one is on top or bottom. So it just kind of splits it up, right? So we know that this model has problems. But to go to common usage, after I Boolean, and especially if it's a complex Boolean, I will always do this. And that, especially if, like, instead of me doing what I did here, because I want it to split this out for everyone to see, right? So I know that there's something right here causing me a problem, right? Because remember, it was dipping down there and it was creating a dimp I couldn't get rid of. So I know there's a problem. What I will do is this. I will auto group. And now everybody has their own subtool. I'm going to hold down Control Shift and I'm going to tap. And see how right here it says delete hidden? That means there's something there. Okay. I don't care what it is. I'm just going to go delete hidden. All right, fine.
Cat lost sound. Cat, can you hear us?
Delete hidden. Boom, 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 boom.
Wait, so you don't have to split hidden? You can just go straight to delete hidden?
Yeah, the only reason I split hidden is so people can see what it's doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. Just
Auto
delete
group
it.
auto group control shift tap and then delete hidden.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because if
it doesn't show up, that means you don't have any noise.
I'll do it once again, right? Auto group tap again. If I think something's there, I'll do it twice. Because sometimes maybe it didn't auto group, maybe it didn't do that. You know, who knows? Just double check.
Thank you.
Yep. Delete hidden. Yep. Hit. Did it just say I had to go to the highest res? Oh. So there was nothing there. And that, but see, it's still there. What is auto groups?
So you only do that after any type of Boolean operation, not a Z remesh?
Z remesh doesn't usually leave artifacts.
Okay.
Usually. I haven't noticed it do it, but that, what does that mean, you know? Okay, so that, see, it still appears. Oh no. Now, see, look at these now. See how these aren't complicated? So we got rid of that geometry. And if we hit split to parts, go okay, it shouldn't do anything, but it's trying to do something. Why did that not work? I love when I show things and it doesn't work. Well, let's see if this splits to parts. See, it got rid of stuff though. That's weird. I love when ZBrush does shit like this. Oh.
She decided said weld first.
No, look, mesh is not composed of multiple parts. Operation canceled. Okay, so it worked. I just thought it was thinking so hard. I thought it was actually processing something, but it wasn't. So now you have a single mesh here. Does everyone understand this?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch. Of course, I ironically had my sound go out right as you're like, and the really important part is, but I got most.
Okay.
That was fun. The thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense though. I'm not surprised. I mean, that's the thing is I'll get to this, and I was fighting those little things. Really glad you discovered that and did that.
Yeah, it's because you had 17 different versions of the ring on one layer.
How that happened.
I'll tell you, that's a lot. I mean, like the little specks, yeah, that's normal. 3 full versions of the ring, not usually normal. Normally, how that could happen is like if you were trying to, let's say, trying to say you were going to move this a little, you held down control, tapped it, and didn't know. Or, you know, you were just, all you have to do is control and tap. And now you have multiple versions of that ring in there, right? So maybe, I don't know. All right, we're going to delete all.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
I have a note in here from a while ago that you said that the slash brush creates shells and that you should remesh or dynamesh after you use slash.
Well, you have to either remesh by union or dynamesh or z-remesh by the time you get to the end of this thing, because if you're using slash a lot, you have noise shells, so you've got to get rid of them, right? Right.
So at that point,
Right.
you would use. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. At that point, is it better to Dynamesh versus
Okay,
Z-Remesh?
Dynamesh versus
The
Z
best?
Dynamesh versus Z-Remesh. Z-Remesh retains your geometries, right? So if I have a ball that's only 100 polys and I have a sculpted face that's 17 million polys, but I'm ready to go because I'm going to decimate after that anyway, right? I'm never going to use that model. So if I want to retain the separate details of parts that have separate poly counts, right? Use union, remesh by union, because it's going to boolean those things together, right? So it's going to retain the individual parts mesh count. If you don't care and you just want a million polys, but know that if you do that, it's going to put, let's say that 17 million face and that 700 ball are the same size, it's going to get a lot of geometry to that ball that should be in the face. You see what I'm saying? Does everyone understand that? Is there anyone who doesn't understand that? Speak now before I move on.
I thought a remesh by union was just if you were trying to like permanently merge different subtools.
Well, that's what we're doing. That's the question.
All right.
Z-Remesh compared to, Dynamesh versus remesh by union to merge everything.
Oh, okay. All right, got it.
And you're talking about slash, you have to merge everything because you have to get rid of those loops at the bottom. Know if you're using slash a lot, heavily, you have noise shells. End of story. Right?
So you have to do a remesh by union after you do slash. You can't do a Z remesh?
Yes, you can.
Oh.
But Z-Remesh usually takes care of it, but it could feasibly have noise shells, so you have to make sure. You have to double check.
You have to get rid of them with the auto groups delete hidden.
Well, no. Z-Remesh won't do it that way. It might actually build the loop. But the thing is if you Z-Remesh low, there's no way that the geometry will be enough to provide that loop. So when it breaks all that geometry down, it's going to just make that a seam. Now, if you Z-Remesh at 5,000, it might have enough geometry to get a little bit of that loop in there. Does this make sense?
So, but either way, what's the harm in just auto grouping and then just getting rid of anything?
Because if you did not Dynamesh, or if it did not cut those loops, you can do that all day because the loop's down there. Okay. Slash. Right? Dynamesh. Let's put a ball here. This is 10 polys. This is 1,000 polys. Okay? Dynamesh. We'll cut this off. Often it will leave this floating inside. So this is where you get those weird shells, right? This is floating inside. This is like this. And then it makes all of this 1,000, right? So instead of this being 1,010, all of this is 1,000. Does everyone understand that? Yep. Okay. Now, remesh by union. This is 10. This is 1,000. It's going to cut this off because this is a shell. Oh, sorry. It's going to cut that off too. So that's actually 5. So it's going to cut this off. It's going to make this a solid thing. Now, remember with remesh by union, you're also going to get loaded seams, because if it has something that's only 10, and it's going to something that is 1,000, well, these seams have to meet. So it creates all these crissy-crossy things to get those seams to match. So you usually wind up with loaded seams with remesh by union. It's okay. So now this, we just lost half of this. This, we lost half of this. This is going to be 5, and this is going to be 500. So this is 1,005. This is 500. Z remesh, let's say I'm going to take this down, and I'm going to take this all the way down to 700, right? Well, 700, when it starts to break this down, it's like, well, I have this change here. I don't have enough geometry to make this loop. So normally, especially if you go low enough, it's going to do this, and it's going to do this. But these are not unioning. Z remesh does not union the meshes. It just remeshes them. Even if you have multiple meshes, it does not join them. So you would have to come back and still join these before you decimate and send to print. Does everyone understand this? Is there anyone who doesn't understand this?
No, that makes sense.
That makes
Okie doke.
Don't join it meaning a remesh by union? What do you
No.
mean by join?
Well, these are still two separate pieces. It does not join them.
Oh, okay.
This joins them through Dynamesh. This joins them through remesh by union. These are still two separate pieces. It does not join them together. It is only, if it's 15 pieces, it's going to wind up 15 pieces. It's just being remeshed. Right?
But I was asking
Quick
about
question.
the noise shells.
Okay. Did you? Okay. Why Z remesh may get rid of these noise shells is because if you remesh low enough, it does not have enough geometry. If I say I want this in 10 polygons, it does not have enough geometry. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to notice that there's a pinch here, and it'll go 1, 2. You might get a deep 1, 3, 4, right? Because that's why you go low, because it gets rid of most of that crap.
If you don't remesh low enough, you might get them, and you'd have to get rid of them.
Exactly. Well, you have to remesh this anyway because you have two objects here. These will not join together.
Okay, got it.
I have a quick question, Tim. I'll move on because I don't want to take up. I just went to my thing and I totally know that they're there because they were bothering me too. But I went to go split to parts and I'm not getting all of those. Is that?
You have a different
I can
version
do
of the
that
model?
Later. I don't know. I don't think so. No, because this is what I saved and sent to you. Maybe later after the critique, if there's time, if we can look
Well-
at just this couple.
well, I mean,
that,
they're- they're there. I don't know.
Yeah,
If you
there.
push split the parts and they don't come across, then that's a different version of the model. I mean, if you open it up in frame and you don't see those idiosyncratic, joining spots. Hold on. Where are you? Did I?
Oh wait, you know what? They're all in that folder. I found them.
There we go.
Sorry. Yeah, they're in a folder. Okay.
I'm like, they're there. You can't hide them because they
I
came
know,
apart
that's why,
here.
Like I believe they're there. I just don't know how to find them. I got them. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you so much. That was
Yep.
hugely helpful. Thank you.
Right on. Okay, who's next?
I am.
That would be
I am.
Danny.
Oh, I thought I was third.
Well, we let Nigel go first, and then we went. But
She wants to go.
she wants to go third. Go third. I don't
Yeah,
think
there we go.
Danny's got a problem with it.
Okay, so we have this part.
I didn't get to finish, and I started over after a little bit, but there you go.
Why are you starting over? Okay, so because what?
It was poopy.
Well, all you have to do is undo and smooth it if you kept your quads. Okay, so obviously Art Nouveau-y, these are sort of those Egyptian palm frond things that were so lovely in the Egyptian revival. You have your cutter.
There were places that I would have put more stones, had more time, but I was more trying to work on like practicing the sculpting techniques.
Sure. So I would say this is really flat. Right? Especially if you have something this large coming up as a bezel. I think I probably, and I'm not gonna, just get some real shifting planes here, like these. I'm making my masking focal shift -100 so it's sharp. Because the lovely thing about the Nouveau stuff is you have plane changes, right? I mean, they're all these things folding in and out of one another, and they're very exciting. So.
Oh, can you turn symmetry on?
No.
It doesn't matter.
I don't want symmetry on because I want you to see both sides.
Oh.
Now, if you're only setting a stone in one side of this, I would be reticent about making the backside the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that way, that gives you a lot more room to do, right? If this is, I'm just going to be very aggressive here, so we don't spend a billion years on it. If this is the back, you're not mirroring it to the back, right? You now have a lot more room to start futzing with stuff. So I would, because look at how high this is, right? You have nothing that's even close to the height of that. So I would get something really moving here. Nice thing about these is they actually have this lovely curve to them.
So would you do this in the beginning with clay tubes, or would you pull out like how you're doing it now?
You can do both. I probably would have done this with clay tubes at the beginning, but I mean, it 6 one way, half dozen the other. Because often, like for sculptural block up, you could do it this way where you get it flat and then decide what. Because like with the Celtic knots and stuff, I lay it out first and then I go back and raise it. So, it doesn't really matter in that way. And then
decisions don't come till later. Like sometimes
right.
You just don't.
Exactly. And that's why it's perfectly okay to do it here, But see what I mean? Everything is super flat. You're only sculpting in like a 1/16 of a millimeter here. Get this crap back here. Get stuff moving, right? Especially with this Nouveau stuff, these curves are really the whole point of it,
I feel like I implied where there would be scoops and so forth, but I didn't.
Sure. No, your form's nice, but right, but, well, you weren't aggressive at all. I mean, you sculpted in maybe, 0.3 of a millimeter here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just.
Maybe because I didn't use them. I don't know how would I have achieved that? Would I have just cranked up would I have just keep going with low intensity, or would I have used the move brush, or because it felt like I was using low intensity and like nothing, it was taking forever to do one little scoop.
Well, I mean, I'm in low intensity, right? I mean, I'm moving this stuff.
That could be a stylus pressure thing for her.
No, I feel like he's making decisions. He's making these block up decisions, and he knows that's going to be a scoop.
Well, no, I don't know. I'm just making a decision to make it a scoop, right? You have this going on, right? Because all of this stuff, I find that weaving forms is nice. If it goes under somewhere, It comes over someplace else, usually in order. And that weaving is just, I mean, you know, that weaving pattern's been with us since the monkey made baskets. You know, I mean, weaving thatched things for your bed. You know, I mean, it's just a natural thing. And so all I'm doing, that's a, no, and of course you don't have your subdivision levels.
Oh no, I did leave one in there for you so you could play with it.
Yeah. This is after a Boolean. You're not going to have your subdivision levels here. You'd have to remesh it.
I left
Yeah, I know, but I've started on this one. It doesn't matter.
Okay. All right.
I'm just trying to be quick here. I don't want to turn this into
Yeah, okay. No.
a graduate thesis. You know,
No, yeah, no, okay.
that wasn't a yag at you. All right, so that's high, so this is low. This is kind of a shape that's going to accent
Okay,
that.
so what I would like to know is if I've already kind of laid it out the way I did and didn't want to go back, and would you just do that in low res, or like how would you?
I don't know. You just sculpt it. I mean, you just come in and I'm going roughly on your lines, right? And you can be a little bit more careful here, but I'm doing critiques and I want to try to get.
Just be more careful, or could you drop down the lower res and sort of get everything in place without losing all your like guidelines?
Well, sure, but I mean, nothing. Don't take this personally, okay? I mean, I'm not saying this as a slam. There's nothing in these lines that are worth keeping. I mean, these are guidelines, right? I mean, you don't have anything in here that's so formed or detailed that it has become precious, right? I mean, it's not like you've engraved every part of this leaf in. So here, I will do it on yours, right? Well, you know, drop it, lower it, and you can stay on those edges, you know, if you want, but there's nothing here to be precious about. Honestly, there's nothing to be precious about ever, because the second you won't change a level or won't change a form because there's something on it, you're going to be a crappy designer because you're designing out of convenience as opposed to what the design needs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay. I definitely see what you're doing. Just punch everything a lot more.
Well, give it dimension. You're sculpting. You're not drawing. You know, I mean, these look like, I mean, these are drawings on clay. This is sculpting on that surface because we have dimensionality, we have motion, things are happening, you know. So don't be afraid to get in there and sculpt. I mean, just look at how much more is going on here than here, and I'm in the same height. I mean, I haven't changed it. All I've done is actually use the material that's there, right? You're too precious too early.
Yeah, for sure. And then I get stuck because I'm like, what do I do now? It looks like I've just drawn on lines, but it doesn't look right, and then I'm afraid to just.
Well, you have to, I mean, if you're not willing to throw away 10,000 steps and not just start over, because if you're just starting over and doing the same thing, it's not it. Get in there, move crap around and get it going. Because these should be really super dramatic forms. I mean, these are those big fan shapes.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm happy you're doing this because this is, yeah.
Have these relate to one another. So just get in there and move some material, because you're just sketching on stuff and you're not getting anywhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I also have a question about, all I did was just create the cutter for that stone, and I didn't do any cleanup for it, so I don't really know. I mean, I watched the video, but like, what do you do after you bullion it out? Or is my cutter okay? Or
Your cutter's a little soft, but it doesn't matter. I mean,
okay.
a stone setter is going to come in there and actually do something to it. I mean, I might.
So I could have gone in with like planer or something, and
This is SK trim polish, and I just knocked that over. But to be deadly honest, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. That's just, I like sharp, intersections. It's just me. Honestly, the softer would cast better. But yeah, no, I mean, it's cutter.
okay.
It's just there to remove metal. But once again, you didn't go over, when you did this, look, your wall thicknesses change here. And, you can come in here and sculpt this, but it's a lot easier to do it back here when you have this. And all you do is grab, move. And get your wall thickness.
Yeah, that's because I didn't use the stone to create the bezel.
Well, no, it's because you didn't make the wall thicknesses even. Right? I'm just saying, if that's a bezel, you don't want really thin parts and really thick parts. You want it to be the same thickness, right?
Okay.
So, just get in there, trim front, and you can see that it's not
So
quite.
ideally, would you remesh this to get your subdiv back so that you could then like smooth it out and?
Without, if I plan to work on it more, yeah, without a question.
Well, I mean, post bullion, it seemed like there were a lot of
Yeah, of course.
bad
You-
edges can't do anything with.
Well, of course, that's part of bullying. Bullying keeps the mesh count of each of the things. The only way you're going to wind up with cleaner edges is with if the cutter and the thing are the same geometry, you're still going to
that's
wind
what
up
I
with a
was gonna
seam.
ask you. Do they have to be?
No, this can have 10 polygons in it. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so your cutter and your subtool don't have to have the same geometry to have
No.
a nice.
But you're not going to sculpt after that. Right? That's why, like for something like this, I would finish sculpting it and then cut in the things. Unless there was a reason, but if you do this you have to remesh if you plan to continue to sculpt on this. Well, not particularly. If your bezel is clean, then the only weird intersection you're going to have is back here. Who cares?
Right. Okay. So if your cutter has low geo, then you'd probably want to Z-remesh anyway to clean everything up.
Only if you plan to continue to sculpt. If you do it late in the process, you don't have to remesh. Just leave it there. Who cares? Why would you want to jump in and do it right now anyway? You have so much work to do on this. You need your subdivision levels. Why? I wouldn't bullion this until the end.
Okay.
Right? And then
There was that one little curve on the middle, kind of like that flourish. I didn't really know what to do with that.
where?
I'm like pointing. You can't see me point. It's sort of a third of the way in. It's like starts at the bottom.
Here. This right here?
Kind of, yeah, that. I didn't really know, like, what it could be.
Well, I mean, that's just design stuff. I mean, it could be anything. I could make that 40 different things, Like there's no answer for that. And the other thing is, like, this is a big shape on top, but then you made the lower shape go around it. Like, this form right here, this is coming up and over. But see, you're not thinking about layers. You're just thinking about these drawn on forms. And so you missed a golden opportunity to have this be a shape. And then this comes over it. Right? You took a flat shape and took it around the thing that's supposed to be on top of it.
You would have had that go over
No. The palm things. The thing about the palm fronds is that they're beautiful forms, right? If you throw something over it, it's going to have to be big, high, and it has to be something. No, I'm not saying there's not a way to do. I'm just saying that you're not thinking of these objects in 3 dimensions. You're still drawing. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what were you saying about that missed opportunity?
No, I mean, I think that, see, you're kind of rule hunting. You did this because you're thinking of this as a drawing. What I'm saying is if you're thinking of this in 3 dimensions, you're going to connect this line. This is going to do something more like this and this because this is the shape you're working on. If this palm frond wasn't here, you'd never do this. Right? There's no reason to do that. Right? So you were conceiving of the lower level, which should be relating to itself, but you made it relate to this form, which is supposed to be on top of it. And see, you have this coming in here, right? And you have this scoop. Well, what's happening to the scoop? The scoop just kind of dies over here. So the scoop could be, the beginning of this palm frond. But now, how is this connecting? How is this relevant? Where is the return of design? I mean, this is just design stuff. It's just, you have to wrap your head around some of the design stuff that's going on. This is going like that. Well, what's this space? With these kind of returns, this space is probably going to turn into something like that, thus supporting this form here, making that the center part. Right? But this isn't pointing at the center anymore. This is all just here, and it's actually making a point of this point, which really it shouldn't be pointing at because it has nothing to do with that surface.
Okay.
Right? Think dimensionally. I hate to say it because it's going to you're going to start making models that are nightmares, I'm sure. If you have, let's say you take this shape, right? And you block it up like this. Take this and make it its own shape. Take this and make it its own shape. And separate them. And then you'll think of them as different surfaces. And then you can push them and pull them and see how they interrelate dimensionally. And just take some swirls and play with them that way. So you start thinking about these things dimensionally. Right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Right on. But no, I mean it's not horrible. It's just you need to start sculpting, Because you have so much. I've cut half this off, Well, no, this one does it. But I mean, look at how much depth you have. And this, look, I bet we can even get it higher. Okay, there we go. That's starting to hit the lower. Look at how much, that's how much you used. That's how much you have. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're definitely not thinking dimensionally. You're drawing. And so you need to get into the concept of developing deep thoughts, right? Getting things to think of them, going over and under and weavy and wonky and make sense?
Yeah, thanks.
Of course. And this isn't a ring. Not gonna beat you up on it, but make a pendant with a stone and it wasn't the homework. All right, who's
I
next?
thought you just said to make something with a stone in it.
Nope, said make a ring. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
Danny's next.
Okay. Which one's Annie's?
Danny?
Dan.
That's Catherine. Oh, Danny. I thought you said Annie. Sorry.
Did I not enunciate? Danny. There we go.
I'm like, who's Annie? Right on.
Little redhead girl, orphan, dog
Yep.
named Sandy.
Exactly. Her father is the war profiteer.
Bugs, yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's fun. Okay, first thing. Let's look at this here real quick. Do me a favor when you start doing this, and knock these edges off. Hold on. What do we have going on here? Somehow these edges like got masked, or is there another layer in there? They got separated somehow? What's going on here?
I thought I was just sculpting on like it was split. The edges were split, but I didn't notice until the end that they were that
How did you split the
it was
edges?
both the same polygroup.
This is did this come from, did you use one of my base rings?
Yeah, I did.
Did you split to groups? Because the inside surface is a different surface as well.
Yeah, so I was trying to keep the inside low res, but
Yeah.
I guess I messed up.
Well, it's not a problem. You just you don't have to. I see. You want to keep it at the original low res, so you split it out. That could have worked, but you also split these side edges. So before, I mean, that good thinking, honestly. But you also, because how I have my rings set, my base models, the sides are different subtools as well. So before you did this, I would have come in and changed these and made the polygroups the same. So the side and the top are the same, so you don't run into this problem that you got here. Right?
Okay, yeah.
So that explains, okay. So I was just going to say, make sure this edge incorporates with the front in some way, shape, or form. I like your little graves. Idea's fun. I like it. Your sculpting's fun. So let's go to a tree base here. So your tree came forward and then you were trying to get the dirt to go up to it, but you cut the dirt into the tree. So just make sure that when you're doing these forced perspective stuff and that the forward and behind make sense with one another. So I'm just going to take the tree back a little and let's have this come out. Hold on, I can't see things with that. Because there are very few trees that just post into the ground, right? They're going to spread out at the bottom. And then, hold on, let me just go to the tree so we're not dragging all that stuff around. I'm going to start knocking that back from up here. So when you start blocking up and you're building, just think about how it's going to interact down here. Then you'll take your stuff up, your detail up. So now we're here. Let's establish the shape of the tree. This is your background. Your mound. Tree. And I would just make these kind of the prominent point. You can cut back in here. Cut back in here. But make sure if you're cutting back, it goes all the way up so it doesn't just look like you've scooped out the bottom of the tree to get texture in there. And then change the angle. And now you can texture this. Oops. And see now it doesn't look like the texture is cutting into the tree. It looks like the tree has roots there. Does that make sense? Because now it looks like it's incorporated into the scene a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's bring everybody in. Oop, we had a few things I'm assuming are not. What is that? Oh, that's that folder. Okay. Let's go back to here. I'm not seeing. So these guys are going to be a little fragile, right? And
Yeah.
so here is the easiest way to deal with this. Okay, class time, not critique time. We're going to tap on this and let's turn everybody else off. So the problem here obviously is, you know, this is so thin, it'll never cast. All these things are standing up. You know, you're going to have real problems. You know, it'll just fail. It's not going to happen. So pick your view angle. And this is pretty close to the view angle. He's a little off. We'll just rotate him a touch here. So he's pretty much 90 there. Turn this on. Control W. Let's just make sure that he's all the same color. I thought he was, but it's always just easier to do it just in case. Okay. My shoulders really shouldn't sound like that. So now I'm going to group front. Okay. And now you can see that he's a different color on the back. I'm going to tap this. Right? And then I'm going to mask this guy off. Bring it back. Oop. Bring that back. So now I'm going to make this roughly 90. I'm going to go W. I'm going to see how that's center of the world. So I'm going to hold down Alt, and I'm going to take the white, get that to where that's about that. And you can tell when you're 90 to the screen because see there's a little bow there. As long as these are pretty close to straight on, that's pretty much 90 to the screen. I'm going to come below him and I am going to just drag. So now we have something that is solid, right? That has these little things, but it's solid. Now that is something that could cast. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So anytime you have any of this really tiny stuff, do this. So now, obviously, this doesn't have a ton of geometry. So I would duplicate this, Dynamesh it, and then reproject it. Just so, I don't know if we actually would lose too much, but just to make sure. Now this is definitely a case. Here, let's Dynamesh this. Boop. Remesh by Dynamesh. I'm going to say 1,000,000.
And this particular thing he's doing, he'll go over in depth class.
Don't make promises I'm not going to keep. No.
Well, I remember you doing it in one of our classes.
I'm completely kidding. That was a joke. So now, right, we've Dynameshed. This is a Dynamesh. We're going to do this. We're going to look and just make sure it did Dynamesh. And you can see that it did, right? All those little layers. But now because each one of those little layers had the capacity of being a noise shell, this is where we go Control W. We go Auto Group. Hold down Control Shift and tap the surface. And see how it doesn't say split hidden? that's super good. So just to double check, I'm going to throw this in a folder. And we're going to go split the parts. Okay. And did it split? We had one floating thingy-mabob there. I wonder why that didn't. It's a different poly group. But you see what this is that surface being dragged all the way down. So just make sure you get rid of all this crap. So delete. Hold on, I'm going to merge these back down. Oh no. That's from something completely different. Why is that? Okay, whatever. That was not there, I don't think. I'm going to say it wasn't. So split the parts. I did something weird. God only knows what I did. And so now you know that this is a solid part. It has no shells, and that's ready to go. And so for all of your itty bitty little detail that's hanging out and over, you're going to want to do this because one, it makes it castable. And so the other thing you can do is once you've done this, like some of these are going to be really high. You really can get away with coming in and inflating some of these. And now since this is one shell, this is something you could do in Sculptris Pro because then you don't get the, it'll start to blend them together as opposed to not. So we're going to take inflate with Sculptris Pro. And I'm going to come in from the back and I'm just going to inflate all this stuff first. And so as I inflate these together, remember Sculptris Pro often you need to really crank them up because for some reason it just goes slow. We do that. Now if I hold down smooth with Sculptris Pro on, when I smooth this out, you'll see that it actually closed those holes. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So now you can come in here and fill some of this up. Because in all reality, you only need 1 millimeter or 2 of depth to make this look like it's solid. This may or may not need, just know that you're going, like little parts of the mold. So the traditional concept is you do not want your trenches deeper than they are wide, because that becomes a solid structure in a casting thing. Because if you have something like this and it has these really tiny things, this is, you got to remember, this is just kind of hanging down in the part. And after you make a, excuse me, after you make investment, you have this itty thing that's little, it's going to be hanging down there in the wax. So that can break off when it starts to be filled. And or when you have the mold and you pull the wax, like if it's deep that way, these will break off in the wax if it's going the other way, right? So it can break off in the wax, or it can break off in the mold, or it can move around if it's just lying in there and flopping around. So those just become very fragile. So the traditional jewelry thing is you don't want it deeper than it is wide. Now you can get away with a little bit of that, and I think that's a very conservative thing, right? I mean, yes, it is true. If you have them deeper than they are wide, you're probably not going to have any issues. I mean, not deeper than they are wide, you probably won't have any issues. But since these are so small, you probably want these to be more solid, because, you know, if that's like 0.5 millimeter, that's something that could be damaged very easily, where if it's, you know, only that deep, this is more of a solid with grooves in it. Right? So that just becomes something that is a stable, more solid thing. If you're dealing with something this small too, I would probably at least kick in this line in the teeth, because you're going to lose teeth of something this small. I mean, that first tick, that's 1/10 of a millimeter. Right, so you're dealing with your teeth are, oops, come on, you know, your teeth are 7/1000ths of a millimeter. So those are pretty darn small. So what you may want to do, if seeing the teeth are important to you, and once again, when they get this small, it's sketchy one way or the other, but you may want to like double the size of the teeth and give them fewer teeth. Don't go around them all the way. Because see, I am drawing this on because I want clear separation. Does that make sense? As opposed to, but the second you do this, you've screwed yourself. If that makes any sense. Right? Just doubling the size of them. And even then, they're going to be ungodly small. But, see, at least it looks like he has teeth. So that's a trade-off. Okay. Let's turn everyone back on. See, I mean, like, his head is about 1/10 of a millimeter. So you're dealing with some small stuff. Now, let's see. Be careful with this guy, because that's sharp and that is right on the edge. So maybe take it back into, like, dig that out a little bit more. Maybe, you know what I mean? Just because that's really sharp and it's right on, I mean, exactly the center of your finger rail, right? So that's where my finger is. These little things, you're pushing it, right? They're soft, they're not hard, so it might not be a problem. But that little chin right there, ooh-wee, that'll get annoying. When you start doing this, it'll hurt. So think about either just doing this so his chin's not poking up, rotating him a little so it's a better angle, you know, something. But that little head's going to hurt. Sorry. I died over here. Yeah, I mean, otherwise it's, you know, he's fine. Yeah, it's fine. That's not gonna... No, it's fun. It's very interesting. And you're accomplishing a lot of the depth. I do think, once again, right here at the base of the trees, start from the bottom. Start from the bottom and go up. This is your ground line. So make sure that the trees are actually at the ground line. Nope. And they can come out towards us, but you want to make sure that they make sense down here, right? You're like, okay, this is where the ground plane is there. We'll take those up. And now we will go behind them in the ground plane. So that's even, that's back, right? Because it goes back into there. Get your tree sorted out. right? And see, now they actually look like they're farther back. They're not bowing out and then the ground's cutting back in. Just make sure that if you have a forced perspective, that you think about it as forced perspective. You have your farthest area back. You have the foreground coming in. You have a set of trees that are back here. You have a tree that's right here. Well, how they interact from the front, tree in the front, two trees in the back. So, you know, you have this forced perspective ground going on. You want to make sure that where they're touching, you see what I mean? It is that forced perspective, right? So you have this, that's the line, that's where they're touching, and keep those things in the proper places, and you can create some really super deep looking things, and in very short range. See how this tree is coming out and over the edge of the grave?
Yeah.
So I think that's the only thing I'd really go into. I mean, yeah, it looks fun. It's really entertaining. Now, the one thing I will say about this, you have so many little tiny parts. Make sure that when you do what I showed you, where you pull everything back, right? And boolean these together one at a time. Don't try to boolean it at once. Often ZBrush, I mean, it might be more stable in 2021. Give it a shot. Boolean everything together at once. But chances are you're going to need to do it in multiple steps, just so it doesn't get, because if it gets too much noise shells and stuff, it's just like, and it freaks out. And it'll say Boolean failed. And it's just because it was just too much weirdness for it to think about. But I like the theme. It's fun. I would like it. Sorry. I would, you did a really good job here continuing the theme around. I would do the same here, even if it's just little short trees or something. And then
I lost about 2 hours of sculpting. That's why there's no that I guess
quick
supposed to be
save,
like a moon in the back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I changed the quick save settings because it was bugging me. So
Uh-huh.
I changed it to about 2 hours, and about an hour and 21 minutes in, I imported an OBJ, and the whole thing just crashed.
Yeah. Before you do any importing or exporting, quick save. If you're not going to put it at a regular quick save, I mean, 2 hours is regular, but I mean, I mean, you can see how often I crash. You know, I just ask it to do shit it doesn't want to do, and it blows up. And everyone's like, "Oh, ZBrush is unstable." It's like, no, I beat it like a ugly stepchild. You know, I mean, I beat that sucker down. So I ask it to do a lot of things it doesn't want to do, and it blows up on me. So I think that, you know, the problem with your edges was just you separated that stuff out. I understand why you did it. Actually, it was I've never done that. So it's actually a very clever idea. And then you just join it back together. But it created bigger problems for you.
Yeah.
But no, it's awesome. A lot of fun. You have any questions?
Thanks. Nope. You answered pretty much everything.
Cool. All right. Who's next?
All right. Next on the line is Nadia.
Boop. Boop.
And Danny, yours, when you started doing that, it was like timestamp right at two hours in. When you want to go back to look at that.
I was like,
Thank you.
okay. So,
Nadia, Shannon, and then Tobias, and that's it.
okay, cool. And then we're going to go over a couple things.
Yes.
Shapes are fun. You did a really good job of keeping the points away from the finger rail. Thumbs up. This might start to feel a little pinchy. I'm not sure. See, sometimes these are the things where you're like, is that going to feel good or not? And that's where you got to print it, because these are all round. So I think you might be able to get away with that. Now, I think the shapes are interesting and organic and lumpy. I like a lumpy. I would fill this in only because that now looks like it's a circle, and they'll be like, wow, why is my circle gone? If you're going to put like a ring around it to make it a detail, do it back here where it's not going to come in contact with the metal. And then as you slam it around, you're not going to lose that, right? Because putting something here, no matter what, it's going to get slammed down, and then it's going to be something that they don't have. And you're like, oh, well, these always seem so plain. Well, make it, not plain out here. Just make sure that you're not crushing your detail. Because like I said, it doesn't matter what it is. If it goes away, it's something they've lost, even if they never wanted it. The shape's fun. Yeah, I think these, I would come in and just make sure you are selling the over and under. Because look, just by doing that and pulling that back, this piece is now actually on top of that piece. And now this is where I was about to say where I demoed that video. That's a video that I was making for my my education platform. I'm like, so when I demoed the flourishes, I haven't demoed the flourishes for you guys, so sorry. You want to make sure, just a really subtle thing. See how this is coming in and then curving up? If you want this to look like it's going under, grab planer and just knock that back. Because now that surface isn't getting that weird little rise. If that makes sense. See, now it looks like that surface is going behind that surface. Because, I lost myself in there. I was like, ugh. It looks like it's going back and under because it's going back and under. And you can accent that by kind of, as you get to here, make that little trench area be back. And it doesn't have to be deep, but that'll cast a shadow on that, and you'll be like, oh, look, it's going under that. Right?
Yes, but I wanted to ask if it does it tell the same story, the entire ring? Because that's what's challenging for me.
Does it tell the same story as what?
The entire ring, does it tell the same story?
Oh, I see. I thought we were talking about that. I'm like, well, sure. Yeah, honestly, all of your shapes are very reminiscent. I mean, they're all in the same vocabulary. I mean, the only place you get a little weak is these become round. Like, everything's pretty sharp. I probably wouldn't have rounded this out. Right? Now that's kind of referential to what's going on above it. And I probably, you can get away with that. Let me. And this is just me being persnickety, right? It's funny in my little video for the education platform, I was like, I'm not always persnickety. And then I laugh at myself because it's like, I am absolutely, utterly, and ridiculously persnickety. See, that's kind of replicating these shapes a little more by keeping those pointy. You have these pointy, and I think that you might get away with just keeping these as more like edged facets instead of getting the super round there. But they don't bother me. I'm just saying, you know, how you can reinforce some of these things. Right, because now if we looked here, this becomes, you know, a reflection of this curve, right?
Yeah.
So you could punch that up a little by where those things are getting soft. Now these are, like, this is, you know, because these are not mechanical, right? This is a very organic, lumpy sort of surface, which I like. I think it works. So when you transition into these rounds, it's not like this has to be square, right? When I say repeating the theme, you know, it's not like that's going to make it any nicer, you know, because that it's coming around. It has a ridge. It's speaking in the same vocabulary. That doesn't bother me at all. Man, I can't believe how many times I touched that surface. But here, you know, this is a chance to replicate that. So, you know, anytime you have something that's like these points, I would probably try to make them sharp. Because that is kind of the, see how here we're getting these triangles and that's triangly. So it's feeding that same vocabulary.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But, I mean, if we didn't do that, it wasn't so horrible that I was like, oh, you know, I wish he was in the same vocabulary. Right, just keeping those things sharp. Because this is a very bold statement. This is the vocabulary of the ring. And so finding places where you can replicate this kind of feel, I think, is what you're doing. But it's also soft, so it's not, oh God, this has to be sharp every time. You know, this and this, I feel, are fine. They're in the same vocabulary. So yeah, and I mean, like, even that half swerve wasn't something that bothered me. I was just thinking of ways of really punching that theme, you know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It doesn't quite resolve nicely. What I did, not what you did. But, right, you know, just keeping things pointy, I think, will help. No, it's fun. I like it. I mean, I like how you have the pseudo architectural, but almost sharp bone, old machine. I mean, it's a neat thing.
I was looking at Gothic architecture when I was making it, so I don't know if that affected.
Oh no, without a doubt. You have vampire buttresses. I like it.
Thank you.
Have any question? Hold on one second. The only thing I see, actually. Make sure, let's turn this on, flip. Make sure at least under the prongs. See, like over here, you can feasibly hang that because that prong is almost just like a pressure prong, but these are actually seating prongs. And the difference is, you know, there needs to be meat behind this for the prong to press. So turn off symmetry. Grab project. Just make sure that under the prong, there's enough of a seat for it to press against. Okay, so let's hide the stone for a second. You can see here that the prong is now pinching between this meat, right? So it's holding that in. Where here, this prong is pressing down, but there's no meat down here. So it doesn't really have a seat. So you're not going to get a good, nice, solid pinch there. It really needs to pinch against something. And on something like this where you have a lot of airspace floating there, I would do it on both sides and just make sure that these edges are well, that there's a lot of meat behind that. So you can.
Is that project history? I can't see my screens really.
No, it's just project. Just project.
Project.
Because this has never been in a history state of this. Right? We've never had a state where there was meat here. So project history wouldn't help. We're creating that space right now. So I would probably fill this in a little bit more and just make sure you have a good, obviously use symmetry. Just so we know that we have a nice solid seat for that biggest stone. Because God only knows you don't want to lose a stone that size.
Yeah, Henry was asking how you would move those two large prongs to be able to print it.
You mean these? A couple ways. I would probably, hold on.
Yeah, he's like, right now you couldn't get the stone in it. Also, I have to go pick up the kiddo.
Okay.
Shannon's next, and I'll be right back.
Okay. So what I would do in preparation for print is I would take this. Let's actually turn symmetry on, Tomas. I would take these, straighten them out. Woo, that's not move. Take these and straighten them out. So that's right. So that's flush here. Let me do planar. Let's go off that little surface right there. So that way we know that the stone will fit in this way, right? And then what I would do is take this W, figure out where you could wiggle it out, right? You could probably squeeze it in there. So take these and either move this stuff up and out, and you could pull these straight out. I know I'm distorting and I'm not being super careful. You could bring these straight out. That would let you set that down. And then you could hammer these down, right? Or plier pinch them or whatever, you know, depending on how much space is in there. When I pushed it up, that got thin. But so I would print this like that and like that. Obviously, you'd be more careful than that. Yeah. That's why we create the cutters too, because they're high. And I know that, right, if we made the cutter for this, this would cut that edge straight. And that's important because you do need to be able to make them where they're settable. So you have to design around a way to think. And since these are not really pressure prongs, right, these are seating it. And if you have this whole tip pinched in, these are really more like tilt prongs, right? It just keeps it from tilting. So it almost doesn't matter how thick they are in there. And the nice thing is, if you bend them over, seat them, you can always come back in with a laser and thicken some of that up afterwards. But it wouldn't have been that thin anyway because I just pushed this up, so we lost thickness. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yes.
Awesome. No, it's a lot of fun. I mean, really dynamic. You know, I like the texture. It feels old and hammered out and scraped out, and I like it. Yeah, I think here's another place you could take advantage of some of that sharpness. Right, just by changing that. And you don't want it sharp on the finger, but you can have it visually sharp. And, you know. I don't know. Just futzing. Nope. Killing it. Looking good.
Thank you. I have a very stupid question.
Those are the best.
How do I know that my design is print worthy
Print it.
or good enough?
Print it and look at it. Seriously. I mean,
Okay.
that's, and once again, that's why I think everyone should own a printer. And even if you own a cheap one, you know, you're not going to be able to do, you're not going to sell those models. But being able to print something, put it on your finger and wear it, put it on your wrist and wear it, put it around your neck and wear it, hugely important.
Oh, okay.
Because you'll start to see what works and doesn't, you know, what's too thin and what's too thick. And a lot of it is taste. You know, there are not rules for these things, because things you think will never cast beautifully. Things you think will cast easily, never cast. You know, so there's never a, let's do one design, hey, it's done and it works all the way through production. That never happens. That anyone who tells you that's true is a liar. They're lying. And if they told you that, it took them 30 million times because they're too embarrassed to admit it. No, I print everything. And, you know, if you have the money, get something in that Formlabs range that'll actually do 25 micron printing, because then you can actually really tune your designs before it ever goes out. And the cost of sending prints out and getting them back, just the fact that your development process now is stretched out over months instead of hours sometimes, that's money. Even if you're not making money, you know, that's money. And it kills you. It kills your design turnaround. It kills your creativity. It kills, I mean, you know, if you have to sit and wait for 3 weeks, you forgot the 3 little things that you were asking yourself. You know what I mean? It's like, so printing is a vital part of this system of being able to get jewelry that fits and wears well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. All righty. Who was next?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Did you have any more questions? I'm sorry, I wasn't blowing past
Not for now. Thank you so much.
It sounded like you were resolute with that. That was like, I don't know. I'm like, yeah, who cares if she has any questions? Next. Yeah. No, it looks fun. It's neat. It's a lot of fun. Okie dokie. Hey, Rethyon. Boom, 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 boom. I think she meant, you did mean worthy of being printed, not is it printable, right?
Yes, like good enough.
Yeah. No, print garbage, print everything. Because what's really funny, once again, Tony and I worked for someone who had really stupid ideas regularly. And, you know, we printed everything, you know, so you could look at it. And so it's also important to print to make sure the things you don't think will work won't, right? Printing is really about tuning your understanding of what your models can and cannot do. And it's a really good tool to prove to someone that their designs are idiotic. Like, let's make a dog tag with a shark on it. but like a full half round shark. Well, what's the problem with that? Well, what's a full half round shark have? A fin. What's a fin? A saw blade, a knife blade, a point. Oh, sure, if the dog tag's sticking out, who cares? But what dog tag ever stays sticking out? Oh, and then a lot of us are lying back and stuff, and so it flips. It's going to go to that direction. And then your girlfriend hugs you, and and you've just impaled yourself with a shark. It was really dumb. Bad idea.
But is it easy to use the printer?
Formlabs is idiot proof. It's idiot proof. See, that's the other really big problem with a lot of the really cheap ones, is that one, the software sucks, right? It just doesn't do everything for you. Two, the software sucks and you don't know how to print. Three, a lot of the cheap ones are really made in the maker spirit. So they're actually made for people who love tinkering with stuff. I'm sorry, I'm making money. I can't sit there and if it doesn't work this week, take a screwdriver and tap it 3 times on the left side. And, you know, the moon's magnetism makes the printer work on Wednesdays. That's not realistic. And a lot of the cheap stuff is really designed for that maker market. So, oh, I have to assemble. I'm not assembling anything. You take a Formlabs out of the box, you plug it in, and you can press go, and it'll go. I mean, it's simple. Oh, I need to hook it up. Well, take your little IP address and you type it into your computer and it goes, oh, look, it's Saddling Frog, because all their serial numbers are actually names. And so for the first year, it was a name and then a tree or a bird. And then it was a name and then reptiles. And then so their serial numbers are a random name and then a random specific type of animal. And that's how they know what years they were done and stuff instantly. So I've had some really good, I can't think of what my printers, I just got another one in, so I don't know what its name is, but yeah, you plug it in and it goes. You download the software and you push go and it goes. So in the last class, we'll go over printing and more things to think about printing. Next week, we're going to go over all kinds of stuff. Next week's going to be a barrage class. We'll go over bracelets and some closure stuff. We'll go over cutters and yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. Who's next? I don't see the list. Shannon. Which one's Shannon's? Let's see. Catherine, Nadia. Oh, that wasn't it. That's... Whose is that?
I think that is mine.
Okay.
Unless it's lagged.
Unless it's not. Fair enough.
Yeah, mine.
It's mine. Or not. Alrighty. I guess it's like nearing Halloween. Everyone got all prongy, dead tree, and gruesome. I like it. Okay, let's just look for obvious. Oh my god, this is going to cut into me, and I don't see any. Your sides are pretty good. This nodule could be an issue. Maybe not.
Oh, like for in between the fingers rubbing
Yeah.
again. Yeah.
You just always have to remember that your other finger is right here. And so does that become a hook? That when that rubs there, it sucks. And honestly, I'm not saying that because it's sort of a round and it's sort of sitting off to the side, not dead seaming it. So it might be fine. This is where printing is invaluable. So a real way of being able to deal of making something like that. Like, the design's very nice, so we don't want it to be a death trap or a finger grind. If we drag it behind something else that's fairly close, and I'm not moving particularly carefully here, but right. And so now that becomes less of an issue because your finger's really going to start riding here. You might get some little meat in there, but the other thing is you can easily just pull it out just a touch more. Right, and now that's a little less of a hook, but honestly, I think that would polish smooth and it's not going to be too problematic. But wear it, and you're like, it's cutting a hole in my finger, and then that's probably not what you should send to market. Let's get this back to, there we go. All right. The flow is really nice. I mean, it has good rhythm, but it's still pretty centered. Yeah, like I said, you might want to even this curve out a little in one format or another.
You mean like even it out to kind of make it like all kind of round, like as if it, or like how even?
I just mean if you wanted it straight, let's say you really like that straight, I would just pull that back just a touch. Because you don't want anything sticking out too far that it becomes the issue.
Okay, like that kind of even out. That makes sense.
I mean, because see, if it's straight, that's fine, right? It's not that it needs to be round. So if you like that silhouette, that's cool. I mean, that's fine. It's just, especially right here, you really want to make sure that there's nothing there that's going to be bothersome. Because that is always going to be touching. Now, up here, it's probably only going to touch when you cross your fingers or something, right? Down here, once again, but within this range right here, you want to be real careful not to have, especially if you're designing something as an everyday wear ring, be very conscientious about what's on that side. Because, holy Hannah, if you have a ring that's uncomfortable, people will never buy a ring from you again. I spent months on my base rings, right? On my skull. I did a basic skull. I wore it around. I did one with some designs. I wore it around. I did ones with different designs. I wore them around. I wore my rings a lot because I was targeting the Japanese market. And the Japanese market is worse than the American market as far as persnicketyness. And just, if it's uncomfortable, they won't wear it. And if they don't wear it, you don't get a second sale. They won't do it. They're like, oh, it's lovely, but that last one, I had to grind it off with a file so I could use it, and they're not going to do that. And with so many choices, they'll just go someplace else, and you'll lose that fan base or that. I get a lot of people who buy a lot of skull rings who say that my rings are the most comfortable to wear. And that's because I spent the time and energy wearing them before I ever sold them. So, something to think about. And why printers are good. Okay, what do we got? So, the one thing I would say is, your flows are great, your surfaces are nice, and I don't know if you just come back and smooth everything, because you lose a little definition here. I want to see that this is in front of that. And you can see that's all it took, right? It's not like I'm asking for a big resculpt or something. I just think that in your smoothing process, you're losing these edges. And just come back in and make sure to put some of that edge definition back in so they don't just get soft. Right? Because these don't even need to be rolled. It seems like you had it there. It's just, and then you came back and smoothed, and you sort of smoothed everything. That's my good.
I don't know if you can tell with like the clay tubes, it ended up having kind of like a texture, but it's like going the opposite way. It's kind of like ba 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 kind of texture going down that like branch that you kind of were sculpting on, you know. And then I wanted to smooth that out because I didn't know if I wanted to keep it all, but I also am kind of mindful of like people saying keeping texture is nice, but I just don't know really. I'm a little bit unsure about how to best like think about texture with the rings just yet,
Sure.
like should I keep the like small detail or whatever, like stuff like that.
Yeah, no, and it's a difficult thing because, well, especially if you have any contact with the jewelry industry before you come to me. Because the jewelry industry is like, oh my God, everything's got to be smooth or it sucks. And I'm like, yeah, nothing Lolly did was smooth. He didn't suck, So I tend to say use texture because most people don't, right? I mean, they just go by that whole, oh, keep it smooth. But I mean, I find that things just stand out. They're more interesting. In all reality, people lean towards the things that have texture that's intentional, right? If it's just goop, it's just goop. But if you are making intentional decisions about texture, I think they're fine. I mean, just look at how, with this going this way, and if these are going this way, and you've got some of that stroked in texture, and then you obviously smoothed it out. And that's fine. I mean, you may not like texture. There's nothing wrong with making smooth. I just think everybody makes smooth and everyone uses CAD. And ZBrush is great because it allows us to use texture and make things that don't look like CAD. And something that you will never get in a CAD program are complex surfaces that are compelling easily, right? So I mean, look, it just catches light. It's nice. It has feeling, emotion, especially in something like this, where this isn't architectural, it's organic. I find with organics, the textures actually lend themselves to it. And if you just stroke in different directions, it instantly gives you surface separation, unlike any other way you could get it.
So that texture that you're putting on there, it kind of, makes it give like a sculpted look, and you would probably not ever smooth that out after doing that. You would probably just leave it like that.
I would, especially in something like this. I mean, if it's more architectural, you want to be more architectural with you. Let's say you want this to actually look like the face of a knight's thing or a bridgeway, where it's architectural, right? So if I were changing this, this would be smooth, and I'd put my little thingy-mabobs in here, and I'm using curves to define forms, and we have motion out here. Well, if you're trying for something architectural, and I know these are actually integrating in different directions, so this is not what you're trying to do, but I just want to show you kind of how I would deal with it differently. So for things that are architectural, I want them to read non-organic, or at least a lot less organic, right? So I'm going to flatten that into a flat reflective plane, right? That's going to read as a surface. Come back in with SK trim, so we're actually homogenizing that surface just a little bit more. Come up here. And this is where I tend to frame. So I'll put this, because I'm drawing that outside edge, right? This is the edge I'm worrying about up here. And then I'm going to draw this, and now it's the outside edge that I'm worried about. And you can see I'm not trying to be catty or really, hard surface modeling, but we can easily, whoa, that is not SK trim. We can easily get these things to read as if it were more of a structure than the organics. And we're just drawing with that outside edge. Then I come in and I fill it in. And I do this a lot. I'll put my edges out, I'll come in and fill in behind them. Smooth. SK trim. Kind of get it smoother. And this is one of the places that I'll use pinch. Kind of get pinch bigger. And just remember, don't hammer it. We're just slowly coming over. And I'm trying to get my edges to be sharp and crisp. And you can see I'm pulling my edge to where it looks more, where I'm straightening a lot of the swerves out of it. And once again, this can be fairly destructive, so you want to do this sort of later in the process. And now we have something that looks not organic, but let's say I don't want things smooth, I want texture. So now this is where, you know, we're gonna just quickly outline that. And what these outlines do is they become bright edges, right? That's a nice flat reflective edge. So that'll look like a line. Does that make sense? And then
Yeah, that makes sense.
come in here, oops, clawed hand, put that in, we're gonna put that in, and then if you want, I would come back by the side too, because this is another thing that people don't look at, is look at the side and just make sure there aren't any dips or dents, because that often reads as a shadow, and you'll sit there and try to fill it in and it's not filling in, it's just a scoop. And then I would take this, and this is where very tight short strokes, and you can see that that looks less organic, more architectural, and then you just have to decide if you want these to go this way, or you're going to do, you know, a rounding in or something like that, right? But really nice tight strokes that overlap, fill each other, and you can see that looks more architectural. So you can still have texture and make it architectural, and then, you know, this comes back in, and now this is organic because you're spreading at the bottom, you're keeping some of your directional ridges.
So you're saying on your more architectural, like small tight strokes, you wouldn't, you still wouldn't like smooth that. You're okay like leaving it.
Well, I'm just saying if you want it texture, right? Because often
Yeah.
I'd still want texture in here.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to do just really nice tight strokes, and then figure out how to join those. I mean, honestly, I would probably have taken this and now
I guess I'm just thinking like, I'm thinking about those edges that you drew in to kind of crisp up, and yeah, like of course you can kind of like still see it in with the strokes in between and stuff. I'm just wondering like at what point would you be like, yeah, this is like cool to maybe like print and try out, you know, with those like, because I know those lines are kind of you know, I don't know if this makes sense.
Yeah, no, completely. So, and I sort of, same thing I said, I think it was Nadia, right? Where print everything. Because only then are you going to see how your strokes pull out. Because, like here, this is a simple thing, right? We're architectural here, but then all of a sudden this is really organic looking. Why? Because it's a half round. If we take this and just use SK trim, knock that back, and look at how it completely changed the tenor of those two surface relationships. Do you see that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so that's where when I first started, I made a bunch of models that had a bunch of different textures and stuff because I wanted to see what was going to work, right? And I just kept making test models. And that's over the years and changing printers and changing things, I'll make these test models. And it really helps determine your understanding of your surfaces. So I think that printing, is the key to really understanding. Because no matter what, this is not a three-dimensional object. It is not reflecting real light. It is not functioning in the real world. And the scale, you have no idea how big this is unless you're used to understanding these forms, right? You don't know what's going to, because, I've been doing this, I've been doing ZBrush about 16 years and CAD before that, Matrix. And so, I should be able to know what things are going to do. I'm surprised all the time. And it's random. You're just like, why does that work in that piece? I don't know, because it doesn't work in all of those pieces, but it works in this one. It's voodoo. So much of this is voodoo. So if you just remember, make sure to think of reflective planes, think of how they interact, right? This is a mechanical interaction because this is a flat surface. It's going to reflect as a flat surface. This is a flat surface. It's going to reflect as a flatter surface. Now, once again, this is not hard surface modeling. This is sculpting hard surfaces. Does everyone kind of understand the difference in that? Because see, I can do this, and that completely changes the interaction between those two pieces. And if we look at our gold's super reflective, even though it's crap reflective on this one here. Let's use that. That looks like a hard this gets soft here, but this looks like a hard surface. These look like spindling organic, tree root, muscle fibery. This almost looks like manzanita. But you can see how the texture actually helps force and direct the eye. I tend to like texture. But does that make sense? Like how you can quickly change your relationship from hard to soft, and then how the texture is working?
Makes sense to me.
Well, since it's yours, that's all I care about. No. And then once again, obviously these would be fuller and pointy straight up so they can be bent down. And let's look at your seat. What ring was it? Is this the one? Yeah. So here again, you can see what your seat's doing. So that line is not seen, so that doesn't matter. Turn off symmetry. Turn off symmetry. Go to project. Did I get it? A little bit. Hold down Alt, drag all that up. Hold down Alt, drag all that up. Okay, a little aggressive on my dragging up there, sorry. Let's drag that up. Drag that out. Just so, be more careful than I'm being. And now when we hide your stone, right, that gives you plenty of meat to be a viable seat. And then I would, like I said, I'd prep my prongs where they're more like this. Give them a little extra meat height. Ooh, too much. And I wouldn't put too much texture on them because they are going to be hammered over. Where are you? Right. But all in all, be careful here. Once again, you just created something that is going to get slagged down in a bar in 8 minutes. So if, you know, not anything against shape, if you like this and you want that to be there, just, let's turn symmetry on. I would probably make it do something like, where at least you have something that is robust that isn't going to just hammer down.
Okay, so the key is that if it's like wider and kind of like
Above.
bigger.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
Bump, bump, bump. Right? You can be that on a table all day, it's going to be fine. And you're very rarely going to be able to get to that angle if your finger's in it, right? So you just have to provide something to strike against that is going to hit. And so you can do your detail stuff here, and then you can do some detail stuff down here. But you need something that's solid, that's going to take a beating. Now, this is not everyone's philosophy, okay? This is just me having people bitch because the design at the bottom of the ring is gone. Because you got to figure most people don't put designs on the sides of the rings, let alone the bottom of the ring. So this just happens to be a solution that I figured out works. You don't have to use it. But do understand that people will kvetch if there is something on there. And it could just be 2 lines. It can just, I mean, it doesn't have to be a design, but if it was there the day they bought it and it's not there a week after it, they're going to be like, what the hell? At least they have been with, maybe I have unreasonable clients, but I will tell you that that is one of the #1 complaints. And I'm like, and every time they ask, seriously, for like 2 years, every time someone called and said, well, you know, this was at the bottom and it's not anymore. I was like, so let me guess. Over the last 2 weeks since you've had this piece, you've gone to a bar that had either a steel, glass, or poured cement, or marble top. You went to see a band or there was good music, and you sat there and tapped your ring against that thing. You liked that sound, didn't you? And they were like, oh, yeah. Well, okay, so take your car and slam it into a wall 6 times and see if the front bumper is still there. I mean, irresponsible driving isn't my fault. You know, it's like, and yes, and literally every time they were like, oh yeah, I did that. Yes, you did. So I think just make sure, even if this is all smooth, right? Let me just come in here. Let's lower res. Not that low. Right, let's get rid of the texture. When you're smoothing, just don't roll over that edge. High res. And now you can see that we didn't lose that separation, we just lost the surface texture. So, one, if you're smoothing and trying to retain surfaces, don't get a brush like this and just smooth everything, because you're going to lose these intersections. And those are important to have because it separates your objects from the background. Yeah?
Yeah, sounds good.
Looks great.
Thanks.
Okay, if you have no more questions, and if you do have questions, ask them. I'm not saying you don't get any more questions. But if you don't, I guess we're on to Tobias. Is that correct?
Correct. Hello.
Hello. You've made a beautiful cube here. I like it. The edges are sharp. It's nice. It retained its form. It's even. Good
it was
call.
really hard with the backing tool. Yeah.
All right. I'm assuming this is the version we're looking at.
Yes.
All right.
I didn't quite finish the bottom much, but I was mostly just. I think I got a good language in the shapes. I was really trying to get that done with this one compared to the last ring.
Mm-hmm.
With the critique you gave. So I was trying to get in the groove of that and just following a good language.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think you did. I think the language is very consistent. I like it.
It was too juicy for me. I wish it was more like angular, but it just ended up being those were the shapes that I ended up having. So I was like, oh, let's repeat that.
That's what I wound up with, so I ran to it. Don't laugh. I've done it 1,000,000 times. I'm like, hey, I'm doing a piece about squids. Oh, these are birds.
Okay, birds it is.
Yeah, birds. Birds look good. Even here, just once again, just get a little separation there. This one was a little soft.
I kind of stretched it out, so it's hard to sculpt on the high res.
Mm-hmm.
Once I used the move tool and was stretching out just to kind of get more round shapes similar to each other, and then once I brought it up, I was.
It stretched out.
The detail, I stretched it out.
And it's because you only have one subdivision here, right? If you had your subdivision levels, you could have stretched it out.
If you go up above the folder, there should be the ring with subdivision levels.
Okay, is that?
Because this one's I use a Boolean tool on it.
Yeah, here we go. Lower res, lower res, lower res. So if I'm just going to do it dramatic, it looks like this still is a little shy of geometry. You could always divide that again. I think that would be more than enough to give you geometry there. But just remember that if you have let's stretch this one since it has more detail, right? Just so we can look at it. So we have a lot of detail here, but we want to stretch this down to basically there, right? Lower a res all the way down to the base mesh, right? And now when I take move and I drag it down, as long as, so I'm going to crunch that because that is the space between, right? That's the lower one. That's the higher one. I don't care if that crunches. We're just talking about this stuff up here. I'm just going to try to keep these squares pretty even. And I'll go higher res, and you can see, I just want to make sure that when I'm moving this, I kind of move everything together.
All right.
Higher res. We're gonna just.
Is this something you practice with most of your models? Is realigning your lowest geo?
Only if I'm really doing big. I'm usually just putting crap in with clay tubes. 99% of the time, I use clay tubes because I'm a sculptor, and I'm going to add material where I need it and subtract it where I don't, and like even like masking and pulling surfaces out and stuff. Yeah, I used to do that, but now that clay tubes is there, I sculpt 90% of what I do. I kind of laughing because, like I said, we've been making these videos for the tutorial, and it's like the first one's this, and then like sculptural block ups like 40 minutes, and then sculpting's like an hour, and all I'm doing is putting surface on, surface off, surface on, surface off. I mean, I use clay tubes for everything. I mean, it's Yeah, it's how I
This
sculpt. Yeah.
brush can do everything you want.
It really, for the most, it can. I mean, it's a good one. When they added it, I was like so stoked. I was like, yeah, this is the best thing in the world. Because sculpting with clay is just a little too soft. And of course, idiot me never thought of, using a square alpha. So let's go back up in our res. And you can see that we moved that a pretty good distance. And it really didn't change the look, right? And here, let's go back down. And let's do it again. We're going to move this down even more, but I'm going to bring this with it. Higher res. Everything looks pretty good. Now, I'm leaving this like this so you can see how much distortion we actually are getting.
Yeah.
Higher res, that's looking pretty good. Right? I mean, very little distortion. But look at this. Look at how that's squished all to hell. So, we moved that. Where's the... I mean, look at how far that's moved.
Yeah.
And so you can accomplish a lot by keeping your subtools, dropping it down, just making sure you're moving, because it's going to reproject the detail to each square. So if you keep, I can make those squares bigger, but as long as I make them squares, it's going to try to retain the same, right? It's going to reproject to that. So, yeah, you can see that's from there to there. Nope. Nope, that wasn't it. From there to there. Actually, it's from there, Jesus, to there. Yeah. That's actually a substantial amount of movement without really we're getting some distortion up here. But, I mean, and this is, so, like I said, we're getting some distortion up here. But this is where I say, people, these are not one-button solutions. Great, so we have that. And so now all we do is come back and just throw these on. These are no longer distorted, right? And a lot of people are always looking for one-button solutions. They're like, oh, well, it's done that, and now we're done. I mean, when you start to watch the videos of me sculpting, oh my God, I redo the same thing like 30 times. But every time I do it, I'm tuning that line a little bit more. My eyes looking at the curve, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to make it wider here. And I'm not thinking that. My subconscious is doing that. So, just like sketchers, you see them throw down like 50 lines, and then all of a sudden they're like, boop, and they hit the one that's right. And that's because you can see if you have lumps or bumps as you're laying those things down, and your subconscious is like, boom, that's the one. And so that's why I'm always throwing lines down, and then I decide. So let's come back to here. Now, if, let's say this is your model, and you want this to have more detail, you only have one subdivision, and you're basically done, right? Yeah. As long as you're not going to want to subdivide again, and like this is enough geometry that, you can come back in and finish this, right? So we're going to come back in here, and all we're going to do is look at our mesh. I want this on there because you can see this is sort of stretched out a little compared to this is condensed, right? So you just have a lot more detail here. We're going to come to Sculptris Pro. Well, come to Sculptris Pro. No? Why not? Oh, it has backface masking. No, it has back. Oh. It has backface masking. Okay. Sorry. You cannot have backface masking on. I thought I tapped it and turned it off. Turn backface masking off. Now, clay buildup is fine with Sculptris Pro because Sculptris Pro makes every brush not nearly as effective, right? And what I mean by that is it's not going to move as much material as it would if it were not in Sculptris Pro. So you can come back here. Now I use Shift to lay in geometry. And so I'm going to lay this in with Sculptris Pro, and you can see that that is roughly, well, it's a little smaller than what we had there. Right? You can see that those squares are smaller than the ones we had. And I'm going to come over this edge a little so we can clean that edge up. All right, and now I'm going to come here and I'm going to make my brush smaller. And I'm going to lay in geometry that is smaller. And you can see how...
This is a new feature in ZBrush, isn't it?
It's been there for 2 versions, I think.
Yeah, I've never seen this.
I think it came in... It was before 2020, wasn't it? It had... I think it was 2019 when it came in. I could be wrong about that. It's all the same thing to me. It all blurs into a blur of ZBrushdom. I don't know. All right, so you can see that it takes a little bit of time because it is chugging some information in there. And so I just go to Clay Tubes. I leave backface masking on, so backface masking acts like it normally does. And you can see now we have plenty of geometry in here to make this little bit detailed. So if you have something, like if this is the only problem you have on your mesh, right? I wouldn't bother. I'm not going to remesh my whole mesh just to get this to look perfect. Because I know that before I go to print, I'm going to do this process and come back in and put geometry where I need it. And I know this isn't what yours looks like, but just, you can finish it, right? And
yeah,
if you...
I find that's an, I guess, an issue with me when I zero mesh. It creates like artifacts and inconsistencies that I don't want when I just want to fix one little area.
Yeah, if you just want to fix one little area, just wait till the end and fix it at this point.
Yeah.
Because if everything else is good, right? Because we fixed that, you're like, oh, look, it's perfect. I mean, it's not, but it's perfect. But then you still have the same amount of, you know, you can come back in here and work on this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You got to make sure to turn Sculptris Pro off when you do that because it will remesh. Right? And you come in. And you can finish this stuff off just as if you were originally sculpting it. Because we didn't dynamesh it, right? It still has the same geometry as it did.
Sorry, do you have to smooth with Sculptris Pro on before you use the Sculptris Pro?
I do.
Is the smoothing what puts the geometry there?
Right. Hold on. Let's go to a star.
No, the Sculptus Pro is what puts the extra geometry on there.
Right, but I use smooth to apply it to the mesh. Here, we'll go through this real quick.
Sorry, Tobias, I didn't mean to like...
No, it's fine. It's a good question.
So you have this high poly mesh, right? And if you go back in just to use, I'm just going to use a cutting tool because it's easy. Turn on Sculptris Pro, and I just want to draw lines into this surface with Sculptris Pro, right? That's a common thing I do at the end where I'm really just adding those crisp details to a model that's ready to be done. So the thing about Sculptris Pro, do you see how muddle fudged this? That was a good save. This mesh is, right? And that is because Sculptris Pro acts when it hits an intersection. See, if I'm sitting here and doing this in the middle of this cube, that's a plane. You can't do anything to that. That's not an active thing. It's not subdivided, right? That is the minimum action that can happen. But if I go over this, you'll see it'll hop to the, because that's giving it a place to start. Even then, look, you get these weird artifacts. It's garbage. It looks like poo. And then if you're trying to do stuff, well, it doesn't work. So what I do is, instead of, once again, dividing this to a point where Sculptris Pro will be smooth, I take Sculptris Pro, I take smooth, hold down shift, and I decide, okay, well, I know that I'm going to use that size brush, so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to give it geometry to work on. Now you can see, you don't see those mangly, see this stuff? That can show up on a surface. If you're rendering, you can see it. If you're producing, this doesn't show. This is fine. And so now we're going to take this and we're going to make this a smaller brush. But there are plenty of intersections for it to work now, as opposed to
the size of your brush when you smooth is where gives you the area where you can use your Sculptris Pro.
The size of the brush is the size of the mesh. And yes, all I'm doing is assigning a mesh so it can then in turn be used with this brush. Right? I mean, see, inside that spectrum, I can do all kinds of wacky little things because the geometry is there to support it. It is not there to support it out here.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. So back to Tobias. Boop. No, I think.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think it looks great. The one thing I would say is here, and I mean, once again, this could be completely intentional. This is just.
I don't like that top part there.
Yeah, because I think the problem with it is what you've done is you created ropes that are raised above the surface, and they're all about the same size, right? This top surface could become much more interesting if you just filled one side of this in. Right, let's do that. And see how now that's a shape that has different levels and different designs. So same thing here. Like, let's kind of fill that in so it, and obviously you could put your texture back on it, but I'm just talking about layer wise, right? So now we have something that's thick here, thick here, and it'll reflect as such. It's not just ropes on a surface. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you could probably do it here. And then down here, this is fine, but think about maybe
giving it more of an angle rather than just
a
hard edge.
And now it's items that are interacting, not just rope on one plane. But I mean, the texture's fun. The wearability is fine. Your prongs are a little thin.
Yeah, can we look at the prongs? That was, I think, the thing I want to get, and if anything, get better at. I chose a big ring because I was like, oh, I think that would have been more challenging rather than like a circular one.
Yeah.
But yeah. Please.
So I think, because you want it to have a little bit of meat there, just by changing that silhouette up a little, getting this stuff.
Is the bridge in between the prongs there? Is that necessary, or I can?
You mean this? This thing right here?
Yeah, kind of like the second row that's holding it up. Yeah, that. Right
This
there.
area here.
Yeah.
It's not necessary if you have big prongs, right? I tend to design with it because it gives me an extra sculpture opportunity, right?
Right.
But you could easily, do something in this vein where, these came all the way down. As long as there's enough meat right here for it to act as a seat, you're fine. And when you're doing this, kind of think of, so you cut those in. Under normal circumstances, I would not cut this meat out because what happens is they're going to come in and cut this seat, right? So instead of making it a clean drop in, all they're going to do is remove this meat and they're going to snap that stone in, kind of. And then they're just going to press this down, right? It's not like a lot of times it's not like something like this. They're going to seat it by hammering these down, or there's setting burrs where you take it and set it and it's round and it's pushing the metal down, which makes it spread, right? I mean, that's obviously melodramatic. And then they'll tap the edge over.
I see.
But it's not really like folding it over. I mean, like on claw prongs and things like that, they'll fold it over. But in some,
more like squashing.
yeah, they're squishing it, and that makes this come out, right? Mm-hmm. And since they've cut the groove in here, right, a setting burr will come in and they'll cut that into it, right? And so when they press this down, these bend out. I'm being melodramatic here, right? But, you know, it's pudging out. And then they're kind of hammering this over this way, but instead of like really rolling it, it really is just kind of pressing it over like that. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't, now you can cut it, right? But I would come back in and, they have Sculptures Pro on. Yeah, just make these look like half rounds, you know, so they have something to cut away.
Mm-hmm. And I think I missed the step with the cutter. We're supposed to use, like, flatten out the cutter before we use it to create the cut.
Flatten it out? You mean up here?
Yeah, like on
oh, no. I just do that so I know, like, no matter what, like if I saw this from a top view, I would think this is a stone.
Yeah.
So I just flatten the tops out so it doesn't look like a stone. And so that way, you know, depending on which way we're sitting over here, right? See, I'm looking at that, and it could look, if it still had the facets, you know, when I see my preview, it looks like the stone. And so now I don't know which one is my stone.
Right. Okay.
Right. And so that's just an organizational tool for me. So I know that this is not a stone. This is a cutter. So that's not that has nothing to do with the performance of it. That's just purely organization, right? Because now I will never think, well, hold on. Turn Sculptures Pro off before you start doing other things. You know, I will never think that that's a stone. From any angle, I'm going to always know that that's a cutter. And if I were very organized and I was making cutters for each size stone, I would create font and label it on the top. So that way I know which one it is. But I haven't gotten that organized yet. But for the new platform, we're going to make all these things. So we'll probably get more organized. Or I might get more organized. Everyone else seems to be organized. Yeah, you should have meetings with us. They're like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, I'm a sculptor. What do you want from me?
So when I cut it into the ring,
mm-hmm.
I stretched it out a bit with the move tool just to give it some space to.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about any of that. I wouldn't worry about
shrinkage, right? I think that's
there is, but you also have to understand that if you go to India, they set stones in the waxes and stuff like that. But even then, they're just snapping it into the wax and blah blah blah. That's a horrible way to set stones. It works, but you're never
cast it. They set it in with the wax.
Mm-hmm. And they cast it.
Oh, why?
Well, sapphires and diamonds will take that.
Oh, okay.
And not all metals. Some of the metals are too hot. I I don't think you can. I don't know if sapphires would take platinum, because there's sort of a point where it just pops like popcorn. But we set diamonds and they popped like popcorn in palladium. But actually, they popped like popcorn while we were heating them up. We were oxidizing palladium, and that was enough to blow up diamonds. But they were cheap diamonds. Like, sometimes if you don't get very good stones and you put them in heat, they'll not just shatter. I mean, they pop like popcorn. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. So be careful. I still think one of the things that every bench jeweler will do at some point in their career is they will be heating up something like fixing a shank or something like that. And you have to let it cool down because you've just heated up the stone as well. But everyone's so in the habit of squelching their rings, because you don't usually do soldering and stuff when you have a stone in it. So they squelch it in oil or water. And I've seen 2 people do it, both big sapphires, torching it up to where it's hot, and then just subconsciously going like this. And it's the exact same thing every time. You hear, because it's going in the water. It's like, and then you hear, and you're like, uh-oh, depth chart. Oh no, they don't crack. They go, and they blow into like 8 to 10 pieces. And you hear them just, and it's a good 5 count. It's just like, fuck. It's this. Yeah, that's why another reason you don't really want to be a freelance stone setter, because chances are you don't have insurance to cover that $60,000 stone that you just exploded into pieces. So
when you're starting a project, let's say sculpt a ring, and you have a stone in mind, do you usually buy your stones of certain shapes that are your favorite and you just have a bunch of those?
Actually, how I work is I go through everyone else's stone collections and just find stones I like. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I'm random. I really like color. So, and I like weird old cuts, like old mine cuts. And I like stones that speak to me, and, perfect cut stones, unless they're spectacular, it's just, the same as every other one. I like weird, unique, funkadunky things. That's why I love opals, because you're never going to get 2 opals that are the same. Right. Okay. Well, if you cut it from the same matrix, but you know what I mean. Hey, G. It's OG1 Kenobi. She's my only hope. Yes.
Yeah, what is it? You're for 3D printers, you want the liquid, the resin ones, right?
Yeah, the SLA.
The SLA.
Yeah, now there is, God, what's it called? The ones that are using LCDs instead of lasers.
DLP.
Is it DLP? Yeah. So they're using like 4K LCDs as the curing, and they're really fast, because where a laser has to track, an LCD just has to expose the whole thing. So you can do the entire, so they're much faster than SLAs. But the only one that I've seen, okay, so the Solus is beautiful. It's a beautiful printer. The prints are beautiful. But at 25 microns, the build platform, seriously, is smaller than a business card.
Oh, man.
Much smaller than a business card. And so that really, it
limits you.
Yeah, and the print bed, even otherwise, is only about that big, and it's only about that tall. So you're just very limited. If you're doing wedding rings, or wedding bands, great. You can fit 8 of them on there, great. You know, I had one ring that wouldn't even fit on the platform. It was like a size 13 skull ring, and I could not print that on a Solus in one part. But it's beautiful. The resolution's gorgeous, and it is a DL. It's a whatever the hell. So, and then there's one called the Carbon, and they just have. So, the thing about the why the Solus is so beautiful is that it is not using an LCD. It actually has a digital projector that's attached to it, and it's actually a projector. So you're not confined to the same kind of pixel problem, right? So now what they have are the LCD screens, and then they use, you'll see them, they have like little glass half domes, and those half domes are reflectors, so you're getting more resolution out of the tiny screen. And Carbon, I'm pretty sure it's called Carbon. They had it, and the printer is fast as hell, and it has good resolution. I don't know if it could do the 25 microns. I think it could, and it was fast, and it had a pretty big build platform. But I don't think you could buy them. I thought you had to lease them from the company. Like they didn't even sell them. But at this point, I think SLA is your best call. There's a lot of research in the materials now, and I mean they've been around long enough.
For these resin printers, this is, I mean, you want to have one at home so you can output as many, I guess, demos so you can hold it and work with it quickly. Would you
send the wax?
Out also your own resin that's castable, or just?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing is that any resin is a pain in the butt to cast. It has problems. It's not wax. It has thermal expansion. You have micro resin retention. There are all kinds of issues with resin. Supposedly, Formlabs is coming out with a new resin that's actually 30% wax. And so that should burn out better. Solus actually has one that supposedly burns out pretty well. Everybody has one, you know. You just have to know that you're burning out resin, not wax. So a lot of traditional jewelers have no idea. You have to set your ovens differently. You know, your ramp up's completely different. So as long as you tune your shop to cast resin, you can cast resin.
Cool.
So
you have to specify that with the caster.
Right. So what a lot of people do, like if I were really, like what we do for William Henry, we'll print that piece, we'll make a silicone mold, and then just use injection wax. Because injection wax, there's never an issue. It's always, well, I mean, once again, depending on the wax, you could set it wrong. But I mean, comparatively speaking, there is never an issue compared to resins. And the resins are getting better, you know. But it's still resin, and if they're not used to it, you still have failures. So if you definitely want to succeed, having a silicone silicone mold making setup and a wax injector is helpful. But hopefully this year, early next, there'll be real castable resins that are easy, where you don't have to set up your system to support them.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I got Tomas. Well,
yeah, I heard something.
Cat's trying to talk, but she's so far away.
Cat. Hello. Okay, well, Cat's trying to reconnect. Is there anything else any other questions you have here?
No, I think you answered most of my questions.
Cool. No, it looks great. I mean, you know, there's a distinct progression. It's nice. Good going.
Thank you.
Good going. All right, so that's everybody, correct?
we did Shannon? I just missed her.
Yep, we did Shannon. I think that's when you were off getting the kiddos.
Well, then that's everybody. The only two other people I have didn't say anything. Sean
Can you
Young.
guys?
Oh, there she is.
Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now.
I was just saying, what material do you like to grow in molding? Do you have a favorite?
Well, actually, the purple castable is great. It's a little more expensive than the other ones. So prototyping it's a little weird, but it holds that 25 microns perfectly. And it's tough as hell. I mean, it's not tough as tough, but for wax, I mean, like, we had someone wear the wax ring to Thailand, and the only thing that broke on the little crown, there was a little itty bitty ball, like on the top of the crown, there's like the ball. And the only reason that broke is because I was showing my friend who's a stone dealer in Thailand how tough it was. And I bounced it off the glass counter. It bounced, went over there. We came up, and the little ball, it got knocked off from me slagging it against wax. Now do that with green wax. Everybody do that with green wax.
Well, and that's the thing, because like we use this gray plastic that we'll use just for when somebody's trying on, but that doesn't get the detail.
Use the purple castable is awesome.
Works really well.
And it's not going to blow up on someone's hand. I mean, it's plenty tough enough to hold up for fittings.
For fitting.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so Cynthia didn't turn anything in, I guess, and Sean Yoon, and that's it. So we got everybody.
All right, so let's do a little class stuff real quick. I still get this, and I guess this hasn't been. It's a hard thing to wrap your head around, I guess. And that is, when do I? I'm just trying to find one that's going to be not a massive pain in the ass to. What's funny is actually yours probably is going to be the least pain in the butt to do this game with. All right, I'm going to bring you down from 25 million points, though. Lower res. I'm going to bring you down one more just because I don't want to be sitting around all day waiting for our machine to process. All right. I'm going to make this a single shell, and we are going to append it to a new tool. All right. Projection. We'll go over this again, but I want this to kind of get in. Projection. When do I project? I project when I can no longer sculpt on that mesh. End of story. There is no rule. You can go the whole model without reprojecting, right? No rule. The only thing is when I've done something to my model where I can no longer sculpt on it. As we saw in this model. If all I have to do is fix this point, everything else is great, but this point does not have enough geometry in it, I can fix this later on. If I know what it is, I'm not going to stress about it, because this was pretty close, if everyone remembers. I mean, I could move it around, I could sculpt on it. Here. Let's go all the way back to here. Right, it just doesn't have enough resolution to be. I'm not going to get these 2 points to match. Well, if I had a number of other problems, and this is the only thing I have to sculpt, well then, this is the time to remesh. Right? Because I can't do anything with that. Let's say I take my points out here and do this, and now I need to sculpt on them. I'm not going to be able to do that because this is distorted. This is a time to remesh. Now, only if you plan to sculpt on it more, right? If these are going to stay like this, I just need to put detail on them. Well, I'm going to wait till the end because I can do that with Sculptris Pro as opposed to remeshing everything. It is completely dependent on, so let's say we really redesign this, right? So I'm going to pull this out. But I have to sculpt on this, right? This isn't just something I'm going to be able to come in. I have to sculpt on this. So this, because we've changed this dramatically, and I'm going to sculpt on them, this is a time to remesh. So you don't have to remesh if you can continue to sculpt, right? If you know, let's say the inside of this is mangled, right? You can't sculpt on it at all. It has 3 polygons everywhere. So what? If I'm not sculpting on it, who cares? Not an issue. Don't need to remesh. But if I did something like this, or we had this, and I really need it to move, I had to change the profile of the piece because now all of a sudden they want a much bigger stone and they want it to be oval. Right? And now I have a lot of sculpting I have to do. And I need to fix, you know, the goat's head. So I need to sculpt on it a little more. Right? So now this is a point where I need to remesh. Now, are there any questions about when I need to remesh?
No.
Because I get a lot of questions. I mean, you guys ask me this all the time. And I'm not mad at you. I'm not saying this. Like, damn it, you.
I admit, like, you know, so, okay. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So yeah, so you've done all the moving and everything. Is there anything in the poly count, anything in all of that? That's the part that kind of explodes my brain a little bit. You hit a certain number or that has nothing to do with it?
No, it's can you sculpt on it or not? And do you have to completely remesh anything? Or is it like if all I needed to do, right? Let's say this is this, and all I needed to do was make the goat's eyes sharp. Or I needed the goat face to be sharp, right? I'm not going to Z-remesh this and reproject it and all of that. I'm going to just at the end do the eyes, right? So are there any questions about when you remesh? Carmine, are you still here?
That is one thing I understand.
I'm just asking. Just asking. Because you had questions about remeshing the other day, so I just...
Well, yes, that was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So we're now here. Okay? And we know that...
Oh yeah, I was having problems. Oh yeah, I was having problems. I don't know if... I guess I'm using an old UI, but I'm using it where you actually have the slider and you put in the number, whereas when you go to the gizmo, it's like a pulley thingy. And so, are you just, I mean, this is what you said the other day, are you just picking the lowest number, you just slide it all the way to the left, or when do you want to choose like 2 or 3 on that number slider?
If you can't get the geometry.
Well, you're always going to get low geo on the first subdivision level. So what you're saying, you divide it up, and then if it still looks bad, then
No. It'll never look bad. It's about does it work? Okay, so this has a lot of air spaces, right? See, there's air spaces and pinches, and these things are pulled out. And this has a lot of complexity to what a remesh would have to deal with, okay? So let's remesh this to 1. I don't think this will work at 1 or 100 polys, right? These are thousands, the points are subs. So I can't lower the res.
Whether or not it'll work. I see.
Hold on. So let's Dynamesh this down to 1,000,000 real quick. Just so, I'm even going to Dynamesh it lower than that. Just, oh, I should have pushed duplicate because I need this model.
Wait, why are you Dynameshing first?
Just because my machine, I don't want it to lag out. I want it to have less polygons to think about. So I'm just going to Dynamesh this down. Right? Because if this was 25 million, it would have to think about how to get 25 million to 1. Okay, so let's hide this for a second. Here's our mesh. Let's get rid of the stone and these. Okay.
That's why you had me drop down a level to do.
Right, just because, well, because you were at 13 million too, which you didn't need to be.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we can actually drop this down even more, right? Because the Dynamesh is about, or the Z remesh is about, no, we can't. See, look at that there. See, so this even started to do what I'm talking about, just Dynameshing, right? So we're going to leave that where it at. So we have this, and I want to Z remesh this. We're going to accept. So I'm going to come down here. I'm going to turn adaptive off because I want it to use the numbers I'm telling it, not to think too much.
Okay, so why are you going into the gizmo if you have it
I'm
down
not going into the gizmo. I'm going down here to where I have complete control over my model. This is a fast Z remesh, right? Z remesh. And see, I can go 50.
And that's where the adaptive is. Where did you select the adaptive?
Adaptive's right here in my Z remesh model. See right here? Adaptive. Oh.
Yep.
I set it to Z remesh. And I didn't want to do that yet. I guess I can just push escape.
Is there a difference between what's under the gizmo and what's been pulled out?
No, they're the same thing. It's just that it takes certain presets and runs with them where I have a lot more control over what I'm doing here. And that's why I do it out here.
Okay.
So first thing, I'm going to put X. So we have X and Z symmetry, right? Because we can Z remesh in symmetry. And I'm going to drag this all the way down to 1. Now it's going to try to get this model into 100 polys. And wow, did someone actually spam us? That's so weird.
I can't get it to delete.
Moderator.
Henry, see if you can delete it because it won't let me delete it.
It's deleted. You did it.
Huh?
You did it.
Yeah, it says Mikey's deleted. Mikey's deleted.
Oh, okay. It's still there and it's saying unable to delete message.
Oh no, they're deleted. Now, they're still in the thread, but
okay. Usually it just phases out, like it blanks out when I kick it out of there.
I guess I didn't push the remesh. It's going to take a long time to process that. And 100 isn't going to be enough to Z remesh this in symmetry. I don't think.
I see what you mean. It's not that it's gonna look bad; it just won't work. Like there won't be some things just won't.
Well, the Z remesh is going to look like crap at the bottom. It's not retaining anything. That's the whole point. Look. But see, it doesn't have enough geometry to figure out what's going on in here, right?
So even if you divided that, it will still not look right.
Yeah, it looks great. Look. Because it doesn't have enough geometry to deal with what's going on. So that didn't work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, well, let's try 700 because that's really my target, right? And so Z remesh. And I think this still might be squirrely,
That's
honestly.
very complex. Anything I've been doing is so simple that it always works at one.
Yeah, because
It's always going
you
down.
made like a half disc, right? I mean, well, no, but I mean, you had no
I
punch.
feel like shit on Friday night.
No one's talking bad about your thing. I'm saying you made a disc. It had no punch throughs. It had no, there were no bridges.
It was flat. It was basically a coin.
Right. But now see here, look, we have, it looks like it got everything in 700, right? There's no weird closures. This hole is pretty small, but if we divide it, oh, I have to leave smooth on. If we divide it and divide it, well, see how there's this ridge? This might be a problem later on. So divide. Let's lower that, sorry. We're going to come up here.
Yeah, hers was
And-
a good example.
And so now you can see that, let's turn on transparency. Now, Kat, get ready with your questions, okay? No, I'm not being snarky. She asked me to go over this process. So she's getting
This
confused.
is my Achilles heel.
I don't know. That's like saying, turning the computer on is hard. That's all you do is move it around. I don't understand why this is hard.
Cat, your timestamp is 4:08 on that.
Okay, so look. A few things we notice, right? When even that got something weird's going on there. I don't know if those holes are supposed to be there or not. Hold on, let's actually look at the part real quick. No, see, there are no holes there. It's just that surface is so thin. I'm guessing this is what this is. That this is so thin that they actually cross over. See how this surface is actually behind that surface? See that? So this was sculpted back and in beyond that other surface. So that's why it didn't know what was going on. And so it just created this mess. So it's fine. I'm not going to go back and do this. This is just a thing. We'll figure it out. We'll just close holes. Let's actually go down here, lower res. And so, Carmit, this is actually a good point because this, right, this is technically a noise shell. So see how it tried to figure out the noise shell. It tried to resolve it. So you're not getting it. And this was a huge noise shell. So you can see that it didn't actually go in and make it around because it's not thinking that way. So let's lower the resolution of this all the way, delete higher, close holes. And it's going to try to do what it can do. That's fine. We have these little holes. Not going to worry about it right now. Divide. Oops, lower res. Now you can see that we're only going to be able to get like 6 of these out. And that's okay. That'll give us plenty of subdivisions to kind of work. So now, this is her Achilles heel. And I assume other people's because I hear that this is a hard process. Right? So we're here. And now I'm looking at it. So what am I trying to do? I'm just trying to get things into an area where they can then project correctly. So my first thing I see is down here. This hole is misaligned. And remember how I said how it remesh this could be a problem. I don't think it will be, but it gives us see these star points? Those become points that are hard to sculpt over. So just know that they pinch. So we're going to drag this.
I've had that problem, so.
We're going to drag that down and drag it up and drag it down, just trying to get that hole to be as big. Now you'll notice this is stretched out to one side. So this is going to limit the sculptability of this quite a bit. So I would probably do this. I would come in here. I would get my holes to realign. would stretch this out to where it's on the inside of the holes, right? I'm not getting anything that's really super close together. I'm making that hole a little bigger. And now I'm going to lower my res. Delete higher.
Matter which model you're sculpting? And you duplicate it.
Well, of course it matters what model.
That's what I mean. Like, which one is it? Like the
duplicate it. Yeah, because this
so
one.
You duplicate it and then you do this on the duplicate. Sorry.
So you duplicate it and you keep the other one, the first one, because it has the entire history of that model. So if you need to go back to a point, you have your history here. This does not. It only has the history to when it duplicated. So you keep the duplicate separate because it only has one history state. You keep your non-duplicated model up there because it has all your history. And if you've been working on it for a long time, now if you just open the model, it doesn't, or if you just open the ZPR, it doesn't matter. Really matters if you have a whole world of history and now you just wiped it out and you need to go back to a point. So just get in the habit of working on the one that is the copy. So now we're here. And while I'm here, I know I'm about to Z-remesh this again. So I am going to look at it and I'm going to do a couple things. Let's close this first. I know I have this problem, right? These are these weird things. I'm going to go to Z Modeler. I am going to come in here and I am going to delete, 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 delete. Oh, it says my symmetry is off, so we're going to turn symmetry off and just go in here and delete a bunch of these faces, right? Because it's weird and I don't want these holes to be there. So since I'm going to have to remesh again anyway, I'm going to come in here and try to delete as much of this crap as I can. If there are things that are floating, it's okay. I just want to get rid of most of it. Because normally it's smart enough to figure out that that's not what we want, right? I'm going to just try to separate it from the surface, get rid of as much as I can. And let's give that a shot. And I'm going to come over here, do the same. And now that I'm here and it's weird and it got complex, right? I'm going to turn on Sculptris Pro. And I'm just going to smooth this out. Because we're remeshing this, right? So it doesn't matter. The geometry doesn't have to be the same. Come over here. That's close enough. Let's go to the other side. And where's the other side? Oh, I'm like, where am I? Do the same thing here. Do the same thing here. And you'll notice that we have a billion of those little specks, right? What do? Auto group, tap, delete hidden, and that should get rid of most of the things that are not connected. So now, close holes. Boop. And that should close them. All right, so now you can see that those holes are closed. So that is a process that we can go through. Now the other thing I know that I do not like how this is thinking of this geometry. So I'm going to take Sculptris Pro again. And I'm going to change this. So now it's thinking about, it's not thinking about replicating this geometry. It's going to have to view that as surfaces. So it's going to have to recalculate that stuff, not just rely on what it just did. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yeah.
Does anyone not understand what we're doing right now? Okay. So, come right back in. We know the 700 cut it, but we got a little bit of weird in there, so I'm just going to kick this up to Okay, 0.78. Enter. Giving it just a little bit more geometry. Z remesh. This is all. I'm never changing the original. I am only changing the copy because we have to have something to reproject to. Oh, I didn't do it on both sides. Interesting. And I don't have symmetry turned on. Hold on. Escape. Important. Because I want this to be symmetrical. And see, I didn't do it over here. So real quick, I'm going to go mirror and weld. And see, now it's over here. I'm going to turn symmetry on. X and Z. Now we are going to Z remesh. Make sure adaptive is turned off. Boom, 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 boo, boo, doo, doo, boo, doo. Wow, people are. We've never had this much spamminess, have we? Or do I just miss it?
You just miss it. We try to keep quiet from you.
No. It's so funny when I live stream. I've never had spam issues. Every once in a while, you got an ass hat, but that's different. Okay.
Yeah, Pixelogic gets it every once in a while.
Weird.
Do you remember that Russian troll guy?
Oh, God, yeah, I didn't say I didn't get trolls. Oh my God, there's this teen Russian kid. Holy hell. First, it winds up that he kept asking for my models. And then he was like, oh, I'd never do that. And then he was like, oh, well, you could do that in Blender for free. Then it's, why do you use that brush? I would use this brush. And I'm like, well, let me see some of your models. I'm like, all right, come on. You want to teach? Teach away. Let me see what you do, dude. And he sent a picture. And I was like, well, I mean, this is very sweet for a beginner, but you seem to have a lot of balls to, be talking to people who actually do this stuff, And you can see that it still has this weird thing right here, right? And so I just don't think we have enough geometry here. So we're going to make this 8.5. So 0.85, enter. And now I'm just going to Z remesh it again. And see how it gives us a little bit better thing here. And if I think I want to try a different algorithm, I'm just going to Z remesh again. And often it'll, see, it's going to try to do different things with that area. Let's see remesh one more time and see if it gives us more or less. See, it's now getting confused. So I think that's fine.
But so that's interesting. So you're not going back to the original and Z remeshing. You're actually remeshing.
Of course, it cleans it up. Yeah, usually a second remesh cleans it some. Because it's thinking about this geometry and then it's remeshing this geometry. Z remesher's smart.
So you don't have to go back to the original and just pick a different number and start over. You can.
No, you just come in here and do this groover. And so I'm just, no, I don't know what I just did there. I just changed something to mask. And you can see that smoothing this out will give me a little bit of, and I'm not using Sculptris Pro. I'm just hitting the smooth and it just smooths a few things out. All right, so now we don't have these holes blown in. And my mesh is pretty solid. So I'm going to divide it up to that 3 to 500,000 range. 230 is fine. Going to turn this on. And I'm going to do my first project at this level. But in the Z remeshing, we obviously changed stuff, right? It became much more simple. So we got to come in. And I tend to use Move Elastic at this point, because Move Elastic tries to keep the quads, right? It tries to keep it relative. It tries not to distort the living hajibas out of it. So I'm just going to pull this inside. 51 is too strong. And going to just kind of tug some of this. You can see there's a lot there. Grab clay. I tend to use clay buildup here because I'm trying to get some quick effects. Right? I don't want to sit there and fuddle futz with this. I'm trying to get this stuff to move. And I'm just filling up to the gray here. Taking back. Filling up a little. I'm not trying to get it perfect. I just want to get meat in the areas it needs meat, right?
Yeah,
So,
you're just trying to get the model to the threshold.
Exactly. And so punch that out a little. And this step takes a few times. And ooh. Did I turn back face masking on? Yeah, that's really important. Keep back face masking on for this. All right, get that in there. Kind of punch that back. And this needs to come out, obviously. But we're trying not to blow this mesh out. We're trying to keep it fairly calm and smooth. Knock it back. Knock this back. It's real important to have the corners inside the mesh, because at the outside they tend to go wonky. So anytime you get to a corner, try to push the corner inside the mesh. If that makes any sense. There we go. And you can see that, you know, these are pretty far away, but okay. Our tongues are not quite out far enough. Move elastic.
Sometimes I use smooth to push it back rather than.
No, you can't use smooth. Of course. You can use whatever you want.
Like instead of a move tool, like if it's just a little, I'll use like smooth.
Yep, smooth works. There are no rules. Use the tools that work for you. I'm just showing you how I do it. Okay. And so, see here, we'll use smooth to knock that back a little. That's perfectly legitimate. And the other thing that smooth does, and I would always go over with smooth, especially if you're using clay buildup, is it relaxes the mesh nicely. Okay, so there we go. Projectile. And we're just going to see where it leaves us. Boop. And so what has happened? Obviously, these pieces were outside of the threshold. These pieces are inside the threshold, right? So that was not within the projection range. So we're just going to come in. I use clay buildup because it's fast. Come in, and I'm going to fill in these holes when I see them. And then I'm going to knock back these guys. And you're like, this is such an arduous process. Why would I do this? Because you have control over your model. And then when you need to smooth, change, or do something like that to it later on in the process, guess what? You can. And you don't have to go, oh my God, I can't do that. I now get to start over. Which happens, sadly. Happens a lot to me. Thus why I developed this process.
So the divots in the mesh are when it's below the threshold, and the extruded pieces on the mesh are when it's above the threshold.
Right. Exactly. So you can see, like right here, I'm just going to throw some of this in. Smooth. I'm going to, if I don't know what's going on, I'm going to, so I have to knock that back. Right? This gets knocked back. That might get filled up. We'll see.
Now, are you dividing and then reprojecting at every level, or do you skip
Nope.
some when you get up there?
Well, depends.
Like, do you ever divide twice and then reproject?
Sure.
Or do you
Well, it
always-
depends. Well, no, because you got to think if you're okay. So we're in that 200,000 range. This is going to go up. Maybe what is that? It's either 900,000 or like 1.2 mil. I don't know. We'll see in a second. If my subdivision goes, let's say we did this at 100,000 or whatever. Usually I'm only going to reproject this one more time. And that's because if you, well, okay, once again, depends. If I have incredibly intricate detail, so like, sorry, we did this on the wrong one. I wanted to show this one. I might reproject this twice, right? Because you have this very tight, intricate detail that you want to keep. So like if I don't want to, like, let's say we've actually gone in and sculpted most of the hair. I know that I just lied because that's what I told you that we're doing this for, but let's say the hair's all there. You don't want to resculpt that. You've already done it and it's there. So then I would take the time and reproject at that 8 million polys or 12 million polys or whatever it is, and you just hit it and go have coffee. But under normal circumstances, going to 1 million or in that million range is enough. And yeah, so you come in and you can see you're moving this. Once again, it's not a rule. You just look at it and see, well,
I should rephrase my questions so they don't sound like I'm rule hunting. What do you usually do? Or because Tobias was asking it well. He's like, well, how do you usually do this?
well, no, but I mean, the thing is that there is no, I mean, it can, I mean, you hear me say this all the time, and I'm not just copping out and not trying to give you information. It's different every time. I mean, I don't know, you know. I mean, normally I'll do this base match because at the lower resolution, this is much easier to do than at a higher resolution, right? I mean, I'm projecting these in, I'm adding material, but if this is at a higher res, each projection takes a lot longer and you're prone to get weirder geometry. So it's just easier to do it down here and you wind up with a better product if you do it the first time down here. And yeah, I find that it tends to work out better if you do it in 2 steps. And everyone's like, you are sitting here for a half hour doing this. Well, this was a very complex one that we went very far down on, right? If this were later on in the process, I might not have gone all the way down. Right, you know, you have to figure out, well, how much work am I doing on this? If this were just for the hair, you know, I would have done this at 1,000. It would have been fine. You know, we would have retained a lot more of the shape. We wouldn't have this. So, you know, in that case, it's easier because, you know, it's keeping more of it. Because as long as if I knew that the only thing I had was like the hair on that other part, then I know that that's enough to get that done and still give me, you know, 3 or 4 levels to go down and relax.
That was my problem. Like I thought, oh, well, if I just start at 1,000, but then the problem was if you want anything over 3 million, you immediately go to 13 million, and that's where it screws you up.
Right, but use remesh to disk. I mean,
starting at 1,000 is not always a good idea if you need.
Not if you're going to sculpt on it, right? Like if like this piece, right? I guess I don't have to go all the way through that if you guys are understanding what's happening. This piece, right? If all I have to do is this hair, right? We're happy with the rest of the piece. We've just had a change and I have to make the hair different, right? Wait, where's the one that we turned into the oval? Didn't I do that? Didn't I do that on this one? Right, okay, hold on. We changed the stone to an oval. Come here. We had to pull this out. And we're changing the hair. So now all I have to do, you know, we're pretty much fine with everything that's going on here, right? We're fine with the stuff. All the stuff hasn't changed. We just stretch this out. So in all reality, this little area is the only part that I have to resculpt, right? So I just want, that means I just need to be able to smooth. So I need to be able to drop down at least 3 subdivision levels, because that's really when you get the difference in the geometries where smoothing becomes easier, like a 2 to 3 step drop. So now we're going to hide this. And we can't reproject this stuff anyway, right? Because we've now changed the shape of the model. We can reproject this stuff. So now reprojection is a tricky thing. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to make this 2.5. And that should keep most of the detail. For me, I was still 99.9% of the time, I would take this all the way down. I like having all my subdivision levels, and I change my models a lot. But you can see that we've kept most of the shape. So as we divide this up, let's turn this on. So now I'm going to come in here and I am going to mask off the stuff that changed. Because I don't want that projecting back. But I want all this stuff to return to that projected, right? So that's all good. I wanted this to stay the same. Now project all. Right, so now all that's back in the right place. All I have to do is come in here and resculpt this. And I would divide it again, obviously.
So, sorry, you're saying if you mask off, it won't project there?
Yeah, of course, it's a mask.
Oh, that's very cool. Okay.
Masking masks. It works for everything, masking masks.
Hid it from projection, like it hides it from everything, that's awesome.
Yep. It does. It's good stuff. Okay. So does everyone understand this model and the reprojection stuff?
So much better now. Thank you. That was definitely helpful.
And now does everyone understand the issues of going down, coming all the way back up, and the process of taking your time, going through this, getting everything near where you want it to be, right? And often, Kermit's right. Smoothing is enough to get it to be within or without of that range. But obviously, you know, these areas are failing. We're going to project all.
Why at that point are you not using a project brush to do that?
Because a project brush has directionality, which will make this model a mangled mess.
I gotcha. That makes sense.
You know, I mean, honestly, this was just a real extreme because I chose it to be as a real extreme. And, you know, a lot of this just comes down to, do I plan to sculpt? How much do I plan to sculpt on it is what that base number is. But does everyone understand this process? Does anyone have a question about this process, about projecting? Does everyone understand why I say you need to do it? Are there any questions about projecting?
So I noticed that when I use the trim front, and then I went back to later project, I noticed that those areas were completely, like, that's where they were completely eaten out. Is there something about those trim tools that makes it?
Well, if you trimmed it back behind the tolerance range, then that pit's going to be there because it's beyond the tolerance range. Here.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Here's your ring.
I mean, it didn't end up being a problem because I just put the material back in and projected again. I just noticed that when I used the trimming tools, it just completely...
Well, it doesn't completely do it. It just took it out of the range. So we're here. We have our model. Let's lower these. We don't need this much for delete higher. So we're going to turn this guy on. So use trim front.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Project all. We need to make a note for the people who were not in class that they should watch the end of this critique session.
Yeah, definitely.
So, as you can see, those didn't fill in because that's below the tolerance of the projection. That's why it didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So you just come in, turn this on, clay build up until you get up to it, smooth it out, knock it back a little, fill it in, knock it back a little, get it in there, fill that guy up, knock it back to where it's close.
But it's not necessary to make the entire model to cover up all the gray. Like, you don't need to bring everything up to the surface, right?
No, you just need to get it within the projection range, right? Because now we have project all. You can see things are dented in, things are zip up. And you can see that some of these were too high. Someone's coming into the store, right? See, these are too high now, right? Because I wanted to fill those points, but that brought all the meat around. Smooth that out, knock it down, smooth it out, knock it down, smooth it out, knock it down. Now this is where, because this is very straight on, we can turn symmetry off, grab our projection brush, and we can push this back with projection. And we can draw those up with projection. Because these are just little specific little areas. But if symmetry were on, you can't do that. Make sense, everyone?
Yes.
So,
And you can do that as many times as you need to, like as far as the push and pull, reproject,
Well, you-
push and pull, push and pull.
well, you better do it until you stop needing it, right? Otherwise, you still need it.
Otherwise, it's not okay. Yeah.
All right, so here's one more thing. Actually, let's take the other one. I thought it was just right here. There it is.
So,
Okay. Yes.
can you theory take something and like you've sculpted a flat sheet pattern and project it onto like to a different. Is this the same pathway you would take to do that, or is it?
Yep. So I'm about to show you something kind of groovy. And we'll go over this again, but this is within context. So instead of masking this area out, right? Let's say, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. Okay. This is my stretched out model, right? And I want to make sure that everything is in its place. And the only important part, we're really happy with everything, but the only important part we need is the face and the goat, right? And let's make this a little bit more dramatic so we can't just use project. All right. And this has been distorted. And we actually really like this texture, right? But this has to come back to the original. Project isn't always the best way to deal with it. And you'll see it being used in other things. I'm keeping this away from you guys for the most part because this causes tons of other problems if you're not disciplined. So we're going to go back to our little groover here. We're going to hold down, let's go up to a higher res. So we have full res here. Right, this is a 6 million poly model. I have that's a 25 million poly model. I have my 1 million poly model here. We've done a bunch of stuff here. The only thing that's important now is the goat and the face and the collar. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to hold down Control. I'm going to tap this little bugger. That little bugger is called a history state. So anytime you have the orange square with the white in the center, this is the history anchor. This is where things go back to. It's history. So now we're going to come back down to this guy. And now, once again, can't do this with symmetry. We turn symmetry off. I go to my history brush. And just like the other projection brush, I have to do this at 90 degrees. Otherwise you get weird pulling. And you can do this with less focal shift, right? If you want it to be softer. See how that's not just a hard line, it's a little softer on the outside edges. Come in here, push this back. Now see how we get those stretch points? This is what I mean, you have to do it by 90. I just smooth that out and I'll come back in and do it again. Get my little goat. See how that pulled through a little? Smooth, hit, smooth, hit it at this angle. You just have to be very careful not to get weird pulling shapes. You want to look down on the object. And now,
same as the Z project brush, except it goes to a history state. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. But it's doing the same thing.
The exact same thing.
Okay.
And so you can come in and you can paint back to a history state. This isn't the best example of usage, but, and so now that I have a history state stated, there's also this right here, which is project history. Project history. No. I don't want. So you'll notice that it's going to do the same thing, right, as project all. It does it a little differently because it's not searching at a range. It already knows the range and what it is and where it is. I find that it's a slightly cleaner projector, but you're not going to notice it. I do because because I'm hyper anal. You're probably not going to notice it. But if you are not paying attention, this can come back and haunt you. I mean, not really where it's going to destroy your model. It's just going to do something weird, and you're not going to know what the hell it's doing. And it can screw with your mind dramatically. Let's just put it that way. So be careful with history states. And so you can see it's just the same thing. It's a projection.
Can you do one of your little arrows or something? Can you just show again where history state is? Where was that button?
Well, all you do, see we're back here, right? This is the original model. This is what I want projecting. Up here in your timeline, see my little orange thing? I'm going to hold down Control and tap it and see how there is not anything there. So when I come over here and I use History Brush, it's going to say it needs a state, right? It can't do this because we don't have a history state assigned. If we come back up here, we're going to the original. Hold down Control and tap. See how there's a little white square inside there? Now, when I come over here, I use History Brush. I'm going to come in here, smooth this out a little, and then the History Brush works. Yeah?
Awesome. Yep.
So I'm going to show you more obvious usages of History Brush. It's probably not going to be tomorrow. It'll be next week. And we might get to it tomorrow. It depends. So that's another way of dealing with projection. Project All does everything though, so I would tend to just use Project All, because for the most part you don't want free floating projection states that you forget about, because then when you're working on a different model and you go, hey, I'm going to use History Brush, I'm not even going to use History Brush, I'm going to use Project. Well, wait a minute, what's going on? What the hell? Oh yeah, I'm sculpting on something that did that, and oh, I forgot my projection brush. This is why you can't use projection brush in symmetry. It does this to the other side. So, very important, don't try to use symmetry. But do you see what I mean? Like, if you didn't know this was happening and it's been a week since you assigned that state and all of a sudden you want to use project and you go like this, you're like, what the hell happened? So unless you're very disciplined with your history states, because if you'll notice, this is a completely different tool and I have something completely different there and it's not doing it. And you might forget that you had a history state in a brush 3 weeks ago.
Are you saying because all your history goes away when you close your model and like you're left with none of them?
No, what I'm saying is that if you are not paying attention, you have a history state assigned to a completely different tool than what you're working on. You come in here, you bring this open like this, you want to project to it, and you get a goat head.
Well, I guess I asked that weird. Like, so you know how when you close your model and you open it again, you lose all your depths?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't really use, if you're first opening it, you can't.
No, you have to assign a history state.
Right.
I don't close models.
What?
I work on models a lot and I lose models because I'll just open a new project and these will all be sitting in the background. It's a bad habit of mine.
Oh, well, I mean, if you crash, then.
Right? So if you didn't have something as obvious as this face and goat, you're like, what the hell's going on? So history isn't just the history brush. It's anything that's a project base brush will go back to history. And look, because, see, this doesn't look like it's that because it's now projecting to something that isn't even there because it's confused. And if you don't know that, then you're like, what the hell?
So the history state that you set will run across different tools and or models.
Yes.
So long as your session is still open.
But as long as you still retain history, yeah.
Okay. So
if you are saving, well, hold on. So if you are saving your files, and you save undo history, right? If you're saving all of your undo history, it will store that state. But most people don't do that. But I'm just saying, you know, if you're not disciplined and you don't come in here and turn this off, like you just have to get in the habit of turning history on and turning history off. And why I'm not talking about it with you most of the time is because project works and you just don't need it for this. History state has some really cool features for iterating and stuff that isn't this. And I'll show you that. But I tend to use history as a history reproject. And so some people are like, well, why are you using that? And I'm like, because it's technically a slightly cleaner reprojection. But it's not enough for you to worry about right now. Because up until today, we had problems just reprojecting. So don't make it more complicated. Because you're not really going to be able to tell the difference. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Does everyone understand Z-remesh and project? Why I want you to get used to it? And why I say you must do it? Now, I'm really not going to mess with your minds. So, just so everyone knows, and you're whiny and butthurt about reprojection, because I get a lot of whiny butthurt people about reprojecting. I'm not saying any of you are. I'm just saying if you feel that way. There's this lovely tool that I suggested to everyone called So Much ZBrush. And there's this really lovely button right here called Remesh Plus. And what Remesh Plus does is you say, I want 5, 6 subdivisions. I want my lowest resolution to be 1800, 6 subdivision levels. Recreate subdivisions. See how you can have 2 times remesh right here because often the second remesh is cleaner. Let's click that. And now I'm going to take this and I'm going to push this button right here. And now what we are going to do is go have coffee. And what this lovely little beast does is it comes in here and it does everything I just taught you to do by pushing that button. But if you ask it to remesh very low, it will still have those pits and trenches. So, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Has a Mac version yet? I haven't asked him in a while or checked.
Then no, he doesn't. Because I know that he's been working on other stuff. So, no, I don't want polypaint data. All you guys put on your polypaint. So while this is chug-a-lug-chuggin', wow, are we really having that many people come in and spam? That's so strange.
We haven't had anybody here in a moment.
Oh, I just see Henry Williams used ad block term big follow.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that because we got a couple from that. And
I did
Mike
the same
blocked
thing.
the whole sentence, but I just blocked that one word. So if they change up the sentence,
Good thinking,
they're
sir.
trying to advertise that site at all.
See, he thinks like someone who thinks like a computer. I am not a robot. So because this is going up to 25 million polys, this is going to take a minute. So are there any verbal questions? How bad geometry creeps in? Do you mean in the reprojection? It's not bad geometry. It's out of the parameters. And a lot of people's answer is to see this distance is just to increase that. But, well, I can't show it to you because it's over there. The problem with that is does everyone understand how that bad geometry? So here's the problem with increasing your projection distance. Okay, we have this. Our projection distance, so I set it, so our projection distance, right? And what that does is at once, it's looking out here. It's looking to that green line for, hold on, I guess we need the other model too. So, you know, what happens is these get soft, right? You know, everything kind of comes, all our humps come down a little. So this is the model that we are projecting. This was the original. So it's looking out here. Hey, right? This is the distance. P, D. So that's great. Works fine. It's wonderful. Everything's within the distance, right? So it's looking out here for negative polys. It's going to take this and drag this back. It's going to take this and drag that forward. It's going to take this and drag it out. This should project perfectly. Problem is, if you're cheesing it and you're like, I'm just going to slide that projection distance all the way out. Well, now our projection distance is looking out here. Now the problem with this is that when it's looking out, it's looking for a negative poly. And so it's already, right, this is looking all the way out here for negative poly. So what we've done is we've increased the distance. So now this line is no longer looking here, right? It's looking way out here. Wow, look what it found. It found a negative poly. And so what you wind up with are all of these points that just go around. So your projection gets these weird triangles all over them. And now cleaning these up is a lot harder because half the time you don't see them because they're also inside the model. So by just cramming up the reprojection distance or projection distance, you will find that you actually wind up with models that are much more prone to be garbage. And you don't always see it because also you'll see it on surfaces where, let's say this is a flat surface. And if you're looking at it, you know, normally our mesh looks like this, right? But all of a sudden you'll see a mesh that kind of does that. And it has this like whole weird wavy thing going on in the surface. And that's because this found some negative surface and it just projected against it. Or there was enough of the curve on the surface that it looked like here to here. And so it pulled all this up and over the other surface, right? It's not like this surface disappears. It just drags this surface up and over it. And so now, what do we have? Coplanar surfaces. And this makes meshes do what? Blow the up. It's like using and fixing orb carve tool that makes bad geometry neat. Well, the orb carve doesn't do it as much as the slash. Is this what you're talking about, where it does that? And I'm saying that this is bad geometry. See, now it's going through its projection stages. And do we have any obvious winky dinks? You can see there's a little bit of it here on the edges, right? Right, you can see that there's a little bit of a weird projection there. My throat is still thrashed from the fires. Right, you can see where this projected oddly. And actually, this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Lower res, lower res. Let's turn this on. You can see how that geometry tried to go under. You can see how this was trying to pull up. So this is all projection distance stuff. In this, you just come in, smooth this out, turn that on, and then you can just reproject this as you will, right? But you can see that, and remember when I said this model wouldn't have any reprojection issues, you can see that it doesn't. Everything's pretty clean and clear. So you have a couple little spots right here, but you pushed a button. You can come in and fix that. Lower res, and see you have subdivision levels. We should have 6 subdivision levels, right? Well, 7. It has 6 divisions. And that did it at one push, and you have it. But I don't want you using this until you can do it by hand, understand what's going on, because when this fails, because I assure you, if we did it on this ring, you wouldn't get as clean a result in that one shot. Does that make sense? So it's a much easier process. It's awesome. But you need to know how to do it by hand before I'll let you use it. You could always use it and I won't know, but understand how to do it because it's very important. Understanding what things do are more important than just, are more important. Learning how to speak is very important too. Is more important than just pushing buttons, because when things go wrong, you don't know what it is. If the model's too big, you can't reproject. You know, there are all kinds of things. So understand. Ooh, Magic 8 Ball works again. I know that Ivy tried to get it to work, and we couldn't get it to work for a little while. So, yay, Magic 8 Ball. why the screen was frozen, because this poor sucker was chugging through up to a 29 million poly model, because that's what 7 subdivisions gives you. See, technically there are 6 divisions, 7 layers. Any questions about anything we've gone over today? That covered the questions we had about projection and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I know this is really annoying. I'm sorry, but you know, I always think I'm sculpting in 3D, and then I show you what I'm doing, and you're like, it's flat, it's flat, it's flat. And so, if you could just quickly go back to mine and just show me how you would. Do you just set it all up from the beginning? I mean, I don't know. It's like really demotivating to think you're doing something right and then be completely wrong.
Well, I mean, it just, once again, it's thinking about sculpting. Okay? You have this model. Let's take you up. This is the beginning one, right? No, here. Let's just reload yours.
To me, it seemed like some of them were a little bit, like, had some forms going on.
Well, no one's saying that the forms suck. It's not you're doing this wrong. It's that you, in the process of something, I'll give you a little bit more. Right? And now I'm going to get rid of this because that's just a bezel. That's not you sculpting.
Where are you? Like, am I watching a video from like another day? I see magic 8-ball. I see the ring.
No,
you're
we're
good.
lagging.
Oh.
Okay, so this sliders to subtool. You didn't resize your piece.
It was 40 mil.
Oh, okay.
I don't even see it up. How long is the lag? My God.
Well, it is.
It's about
1.
20 seconds or more.
Do you guys still see the ring too?
Yes, of course they
Yeah.
do.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking. I still see the ring. It's a long lag.
I'm sorry. I know it's annoying to go back. I'm just like, it's like every time I sit down, I think I'm doing better, and then I realize I'm not.
Well, see, that's a shit way of thinking about this. Of course you're doing better. You used to edge loop everything, and
Well,
you know.
if that's the marker, then.
I'm never going to let you live that down. Okay. So, but I mean, if you're looking at your model, as I am right now, and you are not,
Yeah, because I'm still looking at it.
this is, wow. So in the replay, is the lag in the replay?
No.
Okay. Okay, good.
Oh, there we go.
So one day when you watch this not live, you will see this in a logical order.
Yeah.
So you have a flat object here, right? And actually, I am going to knock your bezel off.
Well, I see that I didn't dig in that much.
Well, you didn't.
In my eyes, I do see some differences in planes, and maybe
No, there are differences in. I mean, you have some differences in planes. You're right, but you have a model without the bezel, right? I've knocked the bezel down below the surface.
Okay.
That is 5.42 millimeters thick, right?
Yeah,
Kind of. That's what it is. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get to the point where we see some holes, because that's the back of your part. Okay. So you have that. I am going to hide part, I'm going to go update size ratio. So out of almost 6 millimeters thick, and that's not including the height of the bezel, right? I knocked the height of the bezel below the fans because the bezel's the bezel. I don't want it counting in this, right? So right now you have 1.47 millimeters that you've sculpted out of 6 millimeters.
Okay.
So you've only touched the top third, the top third of the model. So all of your sculpting is within the top third of the model. So you don't really have a lot of depth going on there, right? So if you're doing metal weight, you have a ton of wasted metal,
Okay.
right? Because you're not using it. Does that make sense?
So if I wanted to go back and fix this, would I just dig in more, or would I just
Yeah, you
create
just,
more
well, I mean,
shape,
well,
or
okay. Look at your model, okay? Now I'm just going to do this quickly because
yeah, quickly's fine. I'm already taking up the rest of your energy.
we're saving. You can't see that, but it's auto saving. You're like, why did he stop?
One of my favorite sculptural challenges that I ever gave myself was to take one line out in space and just bend it, but do it constantly from every angle. Because it's crazy. You'll bend it from one way and then you turn the other way and it's all, crazy again. And when you get it going through it from the whole way, I think it's one of the best lessons in machine sculptural depth.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll
From
try
lots of
that
views.
because I obviously
Yeah,
don't
it's kind of a nice
that.
challenge.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder than you think. I did it with real wire and with a copper taper, and it was like start it here, and I've never sat there and turned one thing so many angles. And you get it where you think it's beautiful, and then you turn it, you're like, oh man, and you got to work it from that angle. So you're kind of working it from all the way around.
And I also think clay tubes builds up so slowly that maybe I forget that it's a sculptural.
Okay, okay. Let me just. Obviously, it doesn't build up too slowly because I do everything I do with it. I'm just saying, I kind of don't have that issue. So it's not the tool, right?
It might be her pin pressure.
No,
it's
I
my
have
brain.
pin pressure at 3 to 4. If she's working less than that,
No, it's
I'd be
just my
shocked.
brain.
I agree. It's her brain. It is not. It's not the brush. Trust me.
I'm playing Wacom.
No, it's not Wacom. It's just.
It's just me.
Okay, so now I've gotten rid of your
Bezel.
no, I've gotten rid of the bezel and I just squished out. Don't comment because you're 20 seconds behind, so you have no idea where I'm at. First of all, oh shit, backface masking is a super important tool. Let me. First of all, like I said, on something like this, I would never quad, because this is obviously a pendant because it's way too big for earrings. So on a pendant, I would never quad symmetry it. No one's going to see the other half. It's a waste of time and energy. And it's a waste of depth. Do you understand that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So now I'm going to actually take this the one step back. Why'd I lose my history? That's weird. All right, never mind. We're going to delete this. We're going to go back to the other model. This is the original, right? Yep. And we're going to duplicate this one. I am now going to face the back. Frame W. Let's make sure that this is centered. Nope. Okay, there we go. Somehow you were not even close to center. I don't know how you.
Because I forgot to turn local symmetry on at one point.
Well, no, you were like 6 inches over here. You were nowhere near symmetry. Okay, so we're going to go home, learn this, right? Pay attention to this and learn this. This pen takes it to the center of the object. This house takes you home. Now you're in the center of the world. Somehow you keep moving away from the center of the world. That's a problem. It's going to cause you a lot of grief. It already has caused you a lot of grief. So as you notice, we're looking at the back of this object. This is the front of the object. So actually, I chose the wrong direction. I'm going to flip it. Right? Front of the object. There we go. I'm going to go to the back of this object. I'm going to trim front, turn back face masking on, and I'm going to flatten the back of this out. Now, as you'll see, there are those weird little vein things. That is because I have back face masking turned on. And we're going to take those by doing trim front much lower and turn back face masking off, and now it'll clean that stuff up. So now, ooh. Boom. All right, so now you have 4 millimeters. We've cut almost 2 millimeters of thickness off of this by making the back flat. Now, I'm not saying you can't sculpt the back, but it's not going to be mirrored, right? Because, so here we are. So now the first thing we're going to do is turn symmetry back on.
You're more like a minute and a half away lag.
Oh, good.
We are just now seeing you center it up.
Okay. So we gained some time there. That's good. Now this got funky and we don't have subdivision levels. That's okay. This is the bail. I just don't care. So we're going to go trim front, and I'm going to fill that up so I don't have to look at it because it will eventually piss me off. And I will try to remesh this bastard. Okay, so there we go. So I've got rid of your scalp or palm fronds. We have them here. Oh, you bastard. Pen, center. Come on, what are you doing? There we go. And this is a little different because I took off the back, so no, actually, there we go. All right, fine, whatever, close enough. Oh, it's because it's flipped. Doesn't matter. We're going to come back to here. Right, this has the palm front. Yeah, okay, we'll come back to here. So now, I've got to think about this surface sculpturally. So you have been taking a flat plane and you're drawing a line, and now you're trying to refine the line, and then you're smoothing back and you're cleaning up your line.
How'd you know?
Well, because I can see your model. You're not.
Do it for hours.
You're not. Well, it's because you're just going over lines. So what we have is, let's think about what's going on here. All right. I want this surface to be behind that surface. And it's going to come up here somehow. Hold on. This got shifted. There we go. Right? And I'm going to get that going back. That's one plane. And that's coming in. So now, what's going on? This is a center shape, and it's up. So I'm going to bring this in. I'm going to turn this into a form because I know there's a bezel in there. Oh, smooth stronger. I crashed somewhere along the way. Oh, you rancid prick. I hate that. Okay, that's our bezel. Who cares? We know it's there. But this one is the one that's bothering me. And because I don't have subdivisions, that's annoying. Yeah, see that pulled through. In one of these times when I did that, it pulled these surfaces. I'm going to take them back up because that makes me crazy. Trim front. I'm going to take this and cut it. Trim that. And I just want this up because this one right here was really jamming my style. Does everyone see what I'm doing? This was a trench, and I couldn't get all the...
What you're doing.
Well, this was this trench from the front, and my smooth brush wouldn't get down in there, so I flipped it, and I'm attacking these from the inside, and it allows me to get a little bit more aggressive. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to inflate this a little, and that makes this a fatter opening. And so that way, when I come in, I'm going to use trim front, and I'm going to knock this sucker back. And I'm going to knock this sucker back. Right? And so now when I flip this back to the front, these are trenches that I can get into now as opposed to that weird little deep thing that I had no control over. And now I can use clay fill, come in and get these kind of back up on the surface.
Yeah, it's a little over 2 minutes of lag between what you're doing and what we're seeing.
Okay. Clay tubes. All right. So now, at least I don't have this big damn trench there anymore. So I'm going to fill that up and pull that out. And this is why you don't sculpt at high res without subdivision levels, because you can't just hit smooth and that shit goes away. Okay. We kind of think of weaving over and under, up and down. We have kinetic surfaces. So knock this edge back. We don't know what's going in here, so I'm not going to dig it too deep. I do know that this is in front of that plane, so I'm going to kind of do this and do this and get this to be an interesting surface. I don't know what it's going to be doing yet. I'm defining my planes, right? So I know that that's going to come in. That's going to angle this way and be up. This is gone because that's not the thingy-bob. I'm going to roll this over so this isn't just so thick. All right, so now I have some weight. Now these are those nouveau shapes, so you're dealing with lots of human sexual organ shapes.
Really?
Art Nouveau is based on them. If you don't know that, there are issues. Okay, so now I know that I have this form here. So because this is Nouveau, I'm going to split this out. And that's going to do something. And this is plane is going to change and become her little swirly dig right there.
I wish I would have known that for high school. Art class would have been so much funner.
Well, it's kind of funny because that happens all the time when you're working in the clay. It's like, oh, why is that appearing now? Go away.
What are you talking about? I put them everywhere.
like
That's intentionality, man.
Yeah, you know.
Making decisions
Nature.
there.
Nature brings it up every time.
Without a doubt. It's a reoccurring theme.
I never thought about it.
Well, everything has crotches. Trees have crotches, you know. I mean, if you look at a manzanita, it's just stripped off body parts. It's awesome.
Oh, that Luna moth? Oh my gosh. Like 20 times. It was like, okay, knock that back down a little bit.
And so the other thing we know about Nouveau shapes is that it's thick to thin, thick to thin. They have incredibly varied weights because there's weight in the curves. So don't draw things that are the same thicknesses. You vary your weights of your forms. So thick, thin, thick. Now, I mean, I'm using Z-Modeler, or I mean clay tubes at 10. And this is, I don't usually go much higher than this. But this is a good form for block up.
Your draw size or your
Z intensity.
Oh, okay, yeah. 'Cause I don't...
So you're saying that this brush doesn't move material. I'm at 10 and I'm moving material.
No, I just meant when you always say like creep up on your form.
I am creeping up on my form. See, I'm just stroking it in, stroking it in. I don't know what's there. I'm creeping up on it, right? Because that was flat 4 seconds ago.
Yeah, see, it's a different experience like when you sit there, like when I sit there or the class people sit there and like try to do your own models and then you critique it versus watching you do it. It's like, oh, that's how you would do this. Okay, that makes sense. Like it makes more sense when you sat there for hours trying to figure it out.
Right, but I'm giving you the benefit of not having to spend hours trying to figure this process out. I'm telling you how to do it, and I'm showing you how to do it. So, you know, that's because I have no idea what I'm doing here, right? I'm just making crap up. But it's the same philosophy over, under, thick, thin, motion, dimensionality. You notice I have not drawn a single line on this surface yet. I did not plot any of these things. I have no clue what's going on. I just start moving shapes. And I understand that I've moved shapes a lot longer than you. So some of this comes a little bit more naturally, but the process doesn't change, right? I mean, whether it's easy or hard, you know, you can whip out some lines, but I'm doing it dimensionally. I'm deciding on these forms sculpturally, not illustratively. I'm not illustrating, I'm sculpting. I'm not drawing lines, I'm moving planes. And so, right, I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen here. Well, I have this space in here, so I don't know what's going to...
I tend to get caught up in like really in sections of the area, and then I just like...
Because you do not move your hand enough, and you're trying to define lines. You're trying to keep a line, and then you sit there and work on it to keep that line clean. I mean, these lines are all over the damn place. There's nothing clean about one of these lines, let alone every single one I put down. You're anal and fastidious, and you put down a line and you work on that line for a half hour as opposed to jamming through your forms. Now,
and you're thinking more in terms of planes and larger interacting forms rather than
right.
Like lines and...
You got to lay your big shapes down and then you refine them. So it's macro to micro, right?
Macro to micro. Sorry, guys. I know this is already did me, but...
No, that's cool. It helps us all.
Right? And so now, well, no. And so I know that this needs to go back. I want this to be under. So that means all of that's coming under. All right. So that means this is probably the corner. and this is going to be this return. Boop, 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 right? So.
And you're using all the material. You're not just like scratching the surface.
Right. No, you're drawing on the surface. I'm digging into the material.
Yeah, you're digging in.
Right. I'm sculpting. Right. I'm thinking about it in dimensional planes, not lines drawn on the surface. Because if I had drawn this wouldn't necessarily be the most logical place to put a corner, right? Because that's outside of your little circle palette thing that you were drawing on. Well, now I've come out here and I've made this line connect to this line. We have a plane change.
Drawing on, I'm getting confused because I'm not cutting in with like.
When I say, look, this is what I mean by drawing on.
Okay, well, we'll see that in 20 minutes.
And this is how you think of a model. And then you're like, okay, well, I'm going to make layers. So I'm going to fill this up. And then I'm going to knock this down a little. And then I'm going to fill this up. And I'm going to do this. And now I'm going to come in. Oh, well, I need layer separation. So I'm going to come in and draw this line. And now I'm going to come in and smooth that out. And I'm going to put, that needs to drop back some. Because I need to think in layers. And I'm going to do that. Well, now this needs to come in front of that because that's doing that. And then, oh, that's going to do that. So where's that going to go? Well, so I'm going to do this little thing right here because I'm drawing on the surface. And this makes no sense dimensionally because what is that? It's not, where if you are out here and thinking of these planes and thinking of these intersections, this is coming down. I want this to get thinner at the point, so there's motion in that curve. So what's that thin thing do? Well, that thin thing obviously is this side because what else would it be? So now I have this shape, but now I see that I have a transition of shapes here. So I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to bring this down, and this can become a nice reflective point because that's what the shape's telling me to do. And then this is coming under, so let's scoop that a little more so we get a nice reflective surface there. And, planar, I'm going to knock that back at some point, but right now, I didn't really have to do it right now, but I will because I'm thinking about it. We'll do that. So now what happens here? Well, here, maybe this is what returns in here. Doesn't fit. All right, so maybe this returns to here. Not a shape I like. So this isn't returning there. This is going through. I've already forgotten that. So now I'm going to knock that back. That goes to there, which comes to here, which comes up here. I'm going to tilt this angle because I don't want those to read flat. I want that to be, anytime I have intersections, I try to change the angle so it reflects differently, so it accentuates those intersections. Boom, 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 boom. So I still have no idea what's going on in here. This is no man's land to me. And I know that we're going to have a palm frond in here. So what's important? So if this is a shape that's going to kind of come like this, I'm drawing this palm frond on. So now I need a shape that counters that shape. Well, I have this little doogie up here. Okay, well that gives me a good opportunity to bring this shape in. We'll mirror the palm frond. I'll nip over this, and then I'll mirror this hitch. And now that's a form. That's a form that's coming in front of that little hitch. This is this. That is that. This is just going to become, this is going to transition into this center shape so away from the palm frond, thus making the frond more important because there's going to be more negative space between it and this form. Still don't quite know what I'm doing with it, so I'm just going to make it a plane. And that plane is going to here. And so now I'm going to fill this up and get my palm frond in there. I'm going to shift to clay buildup. I'm going to fill this out. Palm frond. Now I'm going to go back to my other and see I was completely wrong about that form. So I'm going to change this a wee bit because I didn't look at what I was doing. So I'm going to undo. Nothing wrong with undoing. So now I'm going to come back to my original shape and do that. I'm going to hide that. And so now I have that palm frond. I need to get my clay tubes out and hide that crap that I put in there. I erase that scoop. That's still going to be there because I like that form. Change the shape again so it's there. That's coming out. Now this is a completely different shape, so it changes my relationship to this shape. So now I'm going to come back in here, remove that form, and kind of steepen so these curves have something to do with one another. I got my hitch. I need my hitch in front of all this crap, so I'm going to build that up. That tells me where this layer is. And now we give that. That's going to be that. This comes up because I want that to compete with the palm frond.
You immediately like dig away a lot of material.
You're damn right. I'm sculpting.
And I just stay on the surface and like.
Yep. You draw on the surface.
Like a coin, you know how it's like that very low relief.
But no, it's not like a coin because coin is very low relief and it's very fastidious about how it's done. Coinage in sculpting in that kind of low relief is a much more arduous task to accomplish. But I mean, yes, technically feasibly, but I don't want you to think that's how you go about making a coin because it's not. Well, it's a much. Mean, like, well, you're just doing. Yeah. I mean, you're.
And I don't dig in nearly as much as you do.
You don't dig in at all. In context, you know. And so you can see here, I stretch this out, but I'm not going to leave it flat. I'm making it a dramatic angle. I'm going to bring it in. Now this is very stretched out. So I'm not even going to worry about this right now because I'm going to have to deal with that later. Well, maybe we have enough geometry that I can deal with it now. All right, we have that. And these are a plane that's transitioning. The thing with you in doing everything flat and forward centric is that you have no dramatic reflective planes because the only plane you have is all in one direction because you haven't sculpted it, right? I mean, you're drawing on the surface. And so, because I'm not putting lines down. I'm doing what the shape is telling me to do, right? If I do one thing, I have to figure out what's going through. So if I just follow this form all the way through, it's giving me information, right? And that information is this needs to go like this. That's going to be lower. That comes into this scoop. You know, this is a transition. This is a transition. That's way too thin. I'm going to inflate it.
So when you say drawing on, you're not only speaking about like
here. This okay. Did we not?
Like the cutting in tools.
No.
Because you're talking. There's two different things.
I see. And can you not? Do you? Okay. Drawing on is a mindset. Okay. You can draw on with anything. I'm just showing you the common tools. Now, whether that's just adding a little bit of layer or whether that's cutting and separating, you're drawing on the surface. You're not sculpting. You're not thinking dimensionally. You're thinking graphically. You're thinking as if it is an illustration. Where when I approach a object, I'm thinking of it as planes, reflective planes and surfaces. If I put a surface here, how is it going to reflect? I'm sculpting in light. I am constantly thinking, how are my reflections going to accentuate depth, shape, and form? So instead of doing a flat palm frond, see, that doesn't even make sense to me. I'm not going to make a flat thing. My first inclination is to tilt it up and get an angle. I'm going to get a scoop, and this is going to reflect nicely. And so this level right here is where that has to be to retain that scoop. Well, what has that told me? That told me that this was too high. So now I'm going to knock this back. And now this surface makes sense as a palm frond, right? You know, the shape of the frond and the form. Now this makes sense. What does this tell me? This is too high. So I'm going to knock it back down. Even though I'm pretty well defined in that. So now I'm going to bring this back down. That means this comes back down. And I haven't predetermined anything until I'm deciding and defining planes. This is what I mean by sculpting in planes and layers. I am contemplating the planes and how they're going to reflect. The layers are the things that are the separation of the planes. Like a layer is the height that separates planes. Right? So, and so I have not drawn one. I drew the palm frond and I was wrong. So, you know, I'm not drawing. I'm defining curves and planes. So I know that this is going to be this. Why? Because this is how that curve works. Just look at that. That's the natural form and flow of that curve. So that means this part of the palm frond is going to be lower and curve. And so this is going to be lower and curve. Because now instead of just making one scoop, I'm giving it a scoop with a vein. And so now this is the peak, scoop, peak, scoop. I didn't know I was going to do that until I just did it, right? And so that's too much, so I'm going to fill it back in. Come over, across, this comes back in here. Boom, boom. And that is the top of this now. This is doing something like this. And since we have those little hit shapes, I'm going to do that right here. And, you know, I don't know what that intersection is going to be. Not going to waste time on it. Flat, because this is the top flat reflective plane, which means this is going to be a top flat reflective plane, which means this is going to scoop or bow. I'm going to make it scoop. This is going to ride in front of that. Flatten that out. Go back over at negative so it doesn't have that bow. This. I don't know if I like it. I'm going to change the angle of this whole thing because I don't like that vein. So now I'm going to make sure that all this is sitting on this plane. Because I don't know.
When you're initially blocking up, like the first thing you do is think about your planes. Right?
No, first thing I do is I block up to the general shape. I keep my block up as simple as possible.
I mean sculptural block up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to define the forms and what's reflecting on what. So you can see that I didn't like the scoop, so I'm turning it into a bow. There we go.
It's like every time I think I'm getting somewhere, you remind me that I'm not.
It's not. You have to rearrange your mindset. What drives me nuts about you is that you actually, no. You actually know how to create three-dimensional objects with your hands. You know how to fabricate jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
You know how to make a bezel. And when you ask me, how do I make a bezel? It makes me want to strangle you because you know how to do that. You just raise the damn metal up. There's nothing secret, magic, or mystery about it. It is the exact same process that you fabricate things. Like if you're laying wire out, you're not going to hammer it flat. You're going to wrap one wire over the other one and you have dimensionality. You think in physical objects. But because you're intimidated by this process, because you're not great at it when you start it, you're not at the level you are if you're hand fabrication, you act so timid that you don't accomplish anything.
The crazy thing is that I can do wax carvings pretty well.
That's all you're doing.
And for some reason
or is all your wax jewelry really flat and boring?
No,
okay, so get the hell over it. Get the hell over that this is a digital program.
Around, I see that this side connects to the top, and there's a top, there's a side, you know what I mean? It's just when I come into this program that all of a sudden my mind just.
It's because you're intimidated by it because you're not at the level that you are with your physical jewelry, and so you clam up. And then when it's not right, you're like, oh, well, and you get pouty and you then
definitely pouty.
You get pouty and you don't think about what the problem is. I
definitely don't turn my object enough. I definitely don't look at it in more than one view.
I don't think you turn it at all. You can't tell. So here, that's just a rough breakout. Obviously this plane needs something done. And I could probably do something here with that, but
I get the point,
right? And it's I have forms and shapes that are in my head a lot because once again, I've been sculpting for over 40 years.
And
my ability.
These are I definitely can identify this as being your work.
Well, yeah, but once again, that's 40 years of me putting tool to clay, stone, or wood. This literally is no different to me. This is just digital media that's sculpting, right? And so you're having a hard time transitioning between medias because you have the skills. You're just intimidated.
Yeah. I think she just told you something there, yeah. I think she's also struggling with trying to put her voice into the work.
Well, but that's the intimidation because what the issue is that you have the hand skills for your hand work.
With the hand work, you're forced to turn the object around in your hand.
So are you here. You are forced to do it because guess what? If you don't do it, you don't see it from the side. The thing is how many years have you spent learning your handwork, your bench jewelry?
Maybe 10.
Okay, 10 years. And you're judging your progression and capacity in a completely different skill. It's the same set of skills, but you don't understand that yet. You're still befuddled by the concept of this thing in front of you. You do not associate it with this is the exact same thing as your physical model. It's the exact same way to conceive it. It is the exact same way to rotate it, move it, touch it, shove it, push, pull, twing, twang, diggly dang da do. It's the same thing. And so you just have to get over the fact that what you need to learn isn't oh fuck, I can't make things in ZBrush. It's there are skill sets that you need to get into the habit of, just like going from a hand graver to a Lindsay handpiece. It's engraving. It's the exact same thing, but it's a different tool. It's a different process, and it takes time to transition from a hand graver to a Lindsay or to any of the pneumatic gravers, you know.
My favorite thing
around the piece a lot more, and just like see that there needs to be different planes, move it around, see what's going on.
But you have to think about that at the very beginning. You have to start defining things as reflective.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Here, let's see how this reflects.
I don't even think I went off top view the whole time.
I wouldn't doubt it. Look, that reflects as a flat surface.
Yeah. And you
all this is
back, which is pretty amazing.
You know what my favorite thing was today was actually going back to the bench and using my, gravers, and I found myself like using my ball burr to recess a lot more, chasing a lot more, and
Sure.
I was working it more like I was working it in ZBrush. So
Yeah.
it's so fun when you start pushing between the two worlds.
well, and just think about that. Think about the difference between what is his Botin? Is that his name? The Russian dude?
Yes. Oh, Roman? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So think of his objects. His objects are not engraved. His objects are sculpted.
chased and sculpted.
Yeah. And so the difference between traditional engraving is drawing on your surface. You know, I mean, you might get a bright cut, but really engraving is flat. You know, traditional engraving is very flat.
It's interesting that when you brought up coins, because what you're doing is more similar, because engraving is, and coins were originally engraved, and so they are flatter. Like they do have that.
And so, you just have to think about what you're doing, and you're not. And I don't mean that negative. You're thinking about your inability to get what you want. Because what's frustrating is you have 10 years into something, and now this should be a natural extension. And it is. There is no difference than what you're doing right here than wax carving. Not a single difference, except in wax carving. Oh, that was really not dramatic since it was saving. In wax carving, you can't get a millimeter the size of your head. I mean, when I was carving 15 millimeter Napoleonics figures, you got to figure a guy on a horse was like that big. Literally. And let me tell you, the Napoleonics geeks are the worst geeks in the world. I had a 15 infantry cavalry thing, and it had a little roll on its butt, like a little bedroll. And because half round buckles are really easy to do, because I had a half round tool and I just went like burp, and then I had a U and I went burp, and done, right? I got yelled at because the 14th Cavalry didn't have D buckles. They had square buckles. And we're talking about something that is like half a millimeter. And they were pissed.
They really
Pissed.
Detailed dude.
Oh no, they're crazy. Crazy. So, but you have to just go into this conceiving them as dimensional shapes, and you're not.
There were a couple things I did like on mine, like there was something going on in the center that I liked, that maybe I just needed to dig in more and define the surrounding planes to make that pop out more. Because I
turn it a ton, turn it all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
Back up a lot too. I found that when I started backing up and
like zooming out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Thomas, look for the reflection. For like, all right, I backed it up, and now like, what's popping?
Yeah.
What edge is catching the light? What's popping back at me? Okay, and then go back in.
Because the little areas that I like aren't even popping out because what's going on in the background is flat.
Well, everything's flat. I mean, this is flat. You have less than a half a millimeter travel, and they're all cut. I mean, this is the center section that you like, is these over crissy-crossing patterns. But they're not even really crissy-crossing because, there's no, it's not, you're thinking of this as flat.
I like the central.
If you take it back to the bench, you know when you dap a piece of how much like you can just like carve it a little bit, but it gets a lot more dimension. Just that little dap or that curve to the whole plane, and suddenly it's like it takes on a new like thickness, even if it's just so. With this, like I could see that. I don't know. Sorry to throw that out there, but just think of
No,
it's
I
beautiful.
appreciate the extra
It's a nice
time.
start. Yeah.
All right.
So here.
It's a lovely design. If it would stop freezing.
Thomas,
Hmm?
is your clay tubes? Did it start off as SK and then you tweaked it?
Nope. Clay tubes is a brush.
Okay, it's
No, he
just
did
normal
do
clay
something.
tubes that
He
you
did
tweaked.
do something to clay tubes because I.
No, no, stop. That wasn't the question. He asked if it was an SK brush. It was not. It's a natural brush. It's clay tubes. The only thing that I did was change its roll distance and stuff.
Okay,
It's a native brush, so it comes. Sorry, not trying to cut you off, Kermit. It's just that's wrong information. So
While y'all are on that subject, just and this is me and my super newness to all this, is SK, is that somebody's brush set?
Sakaki Kaoru, yes.
Okay.
We gave you a link to him.
Awesome.
Because I asked everyone to go give him a few bucks because he's awesome.
I couldn't even
Yeah,
figure
and
out why regular clay tubes didn't work, and then I started using your clay tubes, and it was like so much more fluid.
Yeah, because my roll distance are good.
Yeah.
See, here are the clay brushes. See, here's clay tubes. Where is it? It's right here.
Yeah,
there's clay tubes.
I thought you used SK tubes for a while, and then you
No,
tweaked
SK doesn't have a clay tube. No.
Okay.
That was purely me falling in love with something with a square alpha. So, once again, let's take this shape that you liked and think about it in layers.
Yeah.
Then you have like a little crossover or something in there, don't you? Okay, that. Okay, so no. Nope. See, I should tell you not to use local symmetry because just because you can turn on local symmetry, you think you've centered your model. And then you're like, oh, why is my model not in the center? Because it was never in the fucking center.
Oh my god, I'm a mess.
Right, so let's look at that shape you had and think about what it was doing. You have a plane. Now punch this plane up, right? Now I'm going to come to the side. And I'm going to get rid of this so I can actually look at that curve. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to make this curve sexy. I'm going to peak it and have it weight it down. So that's my first thing. Okay, ta-da. Now I like my curve. Bring everybody back, turn clay tubes on. I have this as a flat top that's transitioning to front, right? So it's steep and it transitions to almost flat. That is going to be a curve that reflects with dynamicism. And then scooping this out, going to flat, scooping out, redefine our front edge. And where were your little lines? They went back up to the top. Okay, so now we're going to come here. So you have these two lines. Well, they are coming from here. And so now I'm going to peak this up.
Yeah, that's kind of what was going on in my head.
Exactly. But then you were like, well, it's not looking like what I want it to look like.
I just kept going over the same line.
Well, gosh, guess what? Here, watch. I'll go over this line over and over again, and it's not going to change height. So now.
Build it up. It's crazy. It's like you guys have like a little like insect going around and around. Like.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that. I seem to be able to move material perfectly fine with this brush. I don't know what you're doing. What you're doing is you're not. What you're doing is you're not pressing hard. Is what you're doing.
That's what I've been saying. Stylist control.
Yes.
not creating different surfaces.
But every time I tell you that, you go, "No, I know," and then you don't do it again.
Well, it makes a difference when I see you do something that I tried to do for hours.
Well, that's why we do critique class, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one thing to watch you do your thing, but when you work on something that someone else spent a long time on, you know, that they know very intimately, it makes it.
Who is shoveling snow?
Oh my gosh, I'm grilling. Hey, I'm on the East Coast. Sorry. That's hilarious. I thought I still had it on mute.
Were you actually shoveling
I
snow?
want some chicken. No, I'm grilling chicken. That was like that was the sound of the thing going like to flip the chicken.
No, it was just funny. It sounded like you were shoveling snow.
Shoveling snow.
I'm like, isn't it a little warm for that? Well, no, someone had a snowstorm recently, didn't they?
Yeah, I'm not in Colorado.
Oh, is that where it was?
I feel like they had a snow in Colorado or something.
Someone did sometime. So here, look. So now I've taken your little design and we have turned it into planes.
Yeah, I see.
And now that is sculpting.
Yeah. All right.
That is drawing. And some other stuff. Oh, this still has Z on. Right?
I'm constantly having to fight the urge to like draw in a line like I would engraving, and then you know, like that whole, it's like I'm not, because I'm not used to being able to push depth. Like it's great to be able to push depth and
the start, you know, like that's how you feel like you start.
It's a different way of thinking that like, oh, I can add and subtract and push and pull.
But Miss Wax Carver over there should know she's pushing and pulling.
See, I don't carve wax at all. I am way too heavy-handed. I think that's why I started engraving, as I will break a wax all the time.
Yeah.
I kind of miss it, like that tactile, but I don't. I miss it, but I don't.
Well, you know, this interestingly leads into something I am curious about, and I actually even started to fish in like on a Facebook Pixelogic forum about 3D printers. I mean, not 3D printers, 3D scanners, not for stones, but for actually, like there's something about sitting down and engraving a piece of metal and like the way that metal works and reacts with engravers. And like today I did that and I'm like took a picture of it. Now I kind of want to take that picture and pull it into ZBrush and play with it and try to push it that little bit further. But I've often thought like, because I've got a lot of engravings, like I have a little box I can totally do a nice 3D photo setup. And I did get like far enough in that forum that they were like, there's software programs that will translate it into from something like that versus getting a scanner, and you know, there was this whole sort of banter.
Well, Illustrator will transfer any form into vector. Well, here's a prime example.
So you're basically looking to turn it into a vector.
Yep. So there's this lovely program called Adobe Capture. And you can see my screen here. And I'm going to take your image. And hold on, I need to drag this to the right thing. Shapes. And I'm going to adjust it a little. I'm going to take a picture. And it creates vector images. And so
that's Adobe Capture.
Yep. And so you can make it darker or lighter or whatever, you know. Here, let's go back and let's make it darker so you can see it better. Did that? Sometimes you have to go at it to get it to focus.
Somehow my screen's not sharing this wonderful image.
Well, you get to wait 2 minutes. You get to.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Well, there's a lag.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so Um.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. Did everyone see that vector thingy? Did that show up?
That's awesome.
Not yet.
No, you've still got
Not yet.
2 minutes.
No.
You've got like a 2-minute lag, man.
Keep entertaining us with your antics and information.
Hey, holy Hannah. Now I want to see if it works.
That's the lag.
Now you're going to watch me watching you watch me. Ah, the beauty of lag. Oh, there it was. I just held up Adobe Capture.
Yeah.
I'm taking the picture.
I just can't believe how the lag got so long. So funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's not funny. Haha.
It's funny. All right, now let's see. Holding it up. That's blurry. Well, it's blurry on mine. I don't.
Can you the Adobe Capture though?
I make stupid faces. It's hysterical. Okay. Take the picture again. Get on with it, slowpoke. Jesus. I'm always waiting on this guy. What the hell? No, photogrammetry is the 3-dimension. It turns it into 3D. This is taking.
That's what they were talking about.
This is just taking.
So you took a picture of that and it turned it into a vector?
Yep.
Wow.
So do you only need one angle? Like I've got one of those boxes that'll spin it around. Is it good to have multiple angles? Does that matter? Or are you basically working off?
No, you're creating a vector image. That's not a dimensional image.
Okay.
You want your image as flat as possible, so it will become a vector image, because any degree other than 90 degrees from the surface will distort your image as it's making it.
So yeah.
Ah, pshaw. Stop being picky.
Lay it on the top and kind of I gotcha.
All right. So, any questions?
No. Thank you, class, for your patience.
Because it's friggin' 5 o'clock.
Learning. It's
All right,
wonderful.
everybody, go make food. Thai food for you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Y'all enjoy your evening. Thank you.
All right.
Yay!
Congratulations. I just spent 2 hours on you.
It started at, what was it? At 4:08.
It did not. It started at 11:45. I'm pretty sure. It was 11:45. No. I'm totally.
Information happened. At 4:08 into the video, all the important stuff happened. If you saw nothing else, that's the moment.
Well, if that's the case, you're misguided.
For me, it was my missing link. I'm hoping now I'm gonna go. It's gonna be like light bulbs happening everywhere. And
well, I better see a lot of light bulbs.
a lot of light bulbs.
I'm saying.
You know, yeah. Well,
a lot of light bulbs. Because if I don't, let me put it this way: if there aren't light bulbs, I'm gonna find you and poke you in the eye. Just a quick right in the eye. Tomas, you're not allowed to threaten students. The hell I'm not. I got beat by nuns.
They're paying for this privilege.
Barely. No.
I know. I think that last class I saw was like, there was a class I saw of yours from a few years ago and it was like $2,000 or something.
Yeah, I've had people pay to be part of this class.
Well, that might have been like a 10-week. It might not have been 6 weeks.
No. These last 2 times are the only time I've ever run 6-week classes.
Oh.
It's just too short. It's just too short.
It's in the advertisement, it should say every Saturday plus so much extra time from Tomas he never eats.
It's good for me. I'm hopefully losing weight, but I'm not. I stay at the same weight always because I don't burn a single calorie. I don't. I don't think I burn a single calorie.
I'm right there with you, man.
All I know is as soon as this damn website launches, I'm going to find a yoga class and start taking yoga. And that's going to be my present to myself because my OCD will say,
you're saying that, yet what you're doing in the video is like your hand motion is kind of like, no, I'm not.
I'm like, I'm going to do this. It's like, I'm going to do it.
I had one of my biggest online speaking online glitches when I was in this yoga class with this one guy here who's amazing. And if anybody needs an online one, I'll send you the link because he's
Please do.
And yeah, he's really great. And the thing that I didn't realize, like, you know, it's one of those mic on moments, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he's amazing. Come over here. You got to see him. He's like the Buddha motorcycle guy of the yoga world, like total guru. And then I'm like, shit, my mic's on. But I'll bet he loved that, actually. It was a perfect description of him because he really is. He's like this, like, total unexpected. He's very unexpected. You don't look at him and go, he's a yoga guy.
Right.
He's phenomenal.
Post it in the forum so we can all get into yoga.
Right.
Exactly. Yoga's good for you. If you sit in a chair all day, yoga's awesome.
That's the thing. Like, I for real get those little, like, you know, tingles in my fingertips.
Well, it was so funny. We did well, get a good chair. That's.
No, I'm saying they sell used Aeron chairs.
Oh yeah, you can get them for $200 sometimes. I think I paid $200 for the other one, and then I got 3 others, and I think we paid $25, $12, and $12 for them. I don't think we spent.
Chair you speak of? I don't think I even know.
Herman Miller.
It's called Beverly Hills chairs, and I guess they buy them up from like whatever movie. I don't know.
No. What it is every new trendy douchebag I want to be Google office buys 100 of them, and then when they promptly go out of business because they just spent $40,000 on chairs, and they're open concept, and we have coffee all day, and you don't have to show up to work, and you think, yeah, shut up, get to work. But the chairs are a good thing. But luckily, all of those businesses go bankrupt. And so there are thousands of these chairs that you can buy used, right? And also the successful companies upgrade. There's now a newer version of it. It's really funny. You see tons of Erewhon chairs out there, but you don't see Embody chairs, which was a newer design. I like the Embody quite a bit.
I will say that the hydraulic on mine has started to go. Like, I keep sinking.
You can replace it. Just order a replacement. It's easy.
Beverly Hills chairs replaced the whole chair for me.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah. Nice.
They will do that.
Next time I'm out there,
Right now they're
Beverly Hills
$629 for one.
You could get them cheaper than that.
Really?
On the Beverly Hills chair
Are you
site.
serious? Wow, mine was like 400.
Yeah, you can get them cheaper. I mean, like I said, I think I bought one for like $220, and it was a good one. It was the one that tilts forward. So there are 2 mechanisms. One stays straight, and then it rocks back. But for things like this, so here, let me see if.
I have to rock back. Come on, I need to chill.
So that's rocking back. That's normal. And it has 3 steps. And what it does is it tilts the chair at a little bit of degree, and it allows me to lean forward, but still retain my posture correctness. So I'm not leaning forward and removing all of that benefit of the support.
I also
Alright, so you guys put this in the form.
You know that lumbar thing? You can turn it around.
Yeah, it's a big one and a small one. They have 2 different thicknesses. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good. My friend Harry's grandfather started Herman Miller, and it's awesome. They are an incredible company. They've been like voted the best company to work for like 60 years. They were the first company to have like internal daycares and things like that. They're very, very supportive of women's issues, pregnancy, and so pregnancy and childcare stuff. They really pioneered that for corporations. They're an incredibly successful corporation, and they're very good to work for. They take care of their people.
You just need to make sure to get the right size.
B's. Everybody just get a B.
No, I'm an A.
No, your little
I have
rail thin hips. I tried to sit in an A. I thought I was going to die.
That's what I said. There was one time that you offered to bring a chair to Ashley.
You know what? That's why.
I was like, she's an A. You're like a C.
No one's a C. No one in the world's a C. Have you ever seen a C? They are so huge. They're made for people who are like 300 pounds. I mean, they're monstrous chairs.
I guess everyone's a bee.
Everyone's a bee.
Everyone's a bee. Solid. All right, I'm looking them up. And you guys,
Here you go, they got
it's time to snow shovel again because my chicken's ready.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna go have some
Go.
dinner. You guys enjoy. Thank you. Seriously.
All right.
Amazing information. Thank you. Y'all have a good
All
one.
right, Kat. We'll see you tomorrow.
Wow, who just told me that my brain runs at about 20 watts? That's not nice. Isn't that rather dim? I see how you are, Shay. I see how you are. I need to...
Yeah, I gotta go cook kid food. She's like, I'm hungry.
Yep. I gotta upload some files and then eat. What a concept.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Of course. That's why we're here.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you tomorrow in class.
Have a good one.
Early.
Ugh, it's horrifying. It's not pleasant. Okay. Kind and gentle folk, I will see you later. Let me figure out how to turn this sucker off. Here we go. All right. Were we streaming on YouTube? Was that recording? Do we know?
Twitch, I thought. Oh, I don't know.
I never saw anybody on YouTube pop in, so I don't know.
Well, here, we're still live. It should. I just want to make sure. I usually do this at the beginning. But yeah, live now. Boop. Okay, cool. That's good. So I was told that we can, like, if I need this to be private, that, was it you that was saying that he streams